Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man, operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time, we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they've been positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding, and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center, in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow, with no patients.
And we want to welcome you all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for January 28th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Gork, and along with each and every one of the knowledge seekers that are here and are supporting this group and other groups. As we all know, we're all connected and all the groups are really one. But at this point, we have different language communities. But as we understand more in this dimension of emotions and transmuting and understand languages, we'll probably be moving into one group in a way, the worldwide knowledge team, or maybe something along that line. And as you can see, these wellness systems has put us a millennium ahead. in understanding and progressing forward. I know in the last workshop or the one before, Mr. Keshe said we've moved humanity up a century. So these are phenomenal systems, and if anyone needs to take advantage of it, you can contact office at de.wellness.center. And we'll put that in the chat later on so that everybody can have that. And again, this is a system providing wellness and also providing and creating a peaceful man out of the man and every other entity on this planet, which I think we'll come to understand more and more in the next weeks and months and period ahead. So we want to welcome you all and encourage you to participate and interact if you'd like to, and share knowledge with the others. It was great to hear the report on Diane before this program started. So we want to thank everyone who's been supporting her and her direct family who's obviously there and giving support. So we're adding fields, we're providing fields, and apparently she's doing much better than the hospital wants to admit. She wants to go home and the hospital wants to keep her. And I know that's happens to many of us, but sometimes we need to stay in there a little bit longer till we become more stabilized, and there's no problem with that. But she sounds like she's ready to get up and get out of there and get back home with her family where she belongs. So Diane, we're just reaching out to you, and we send beautiful fields of peace, wellness, and elevation for you. As we usually do, we start out with the World Peace Treaty, and that's the way we'll start today. But of course, everyone has a microphone. You're all welcome to open your mics and to say anything you'd like to say, as long as it's generally in the understanding of plasma science and that sort of thing. We don't really want to hear the score of the latest ball game or where the stock market is going or things like that. But and we are aware of those things. We're not ignorant to those. But if anyone would like to add anything, we encourage you to share, because this is part of the process of the creation, is the interaction of fields, or even the imbalance of fields leads to the creation. And this is one of the things Mr. Keshe said about before we travel into space, we're going to need to understand how this all came about. Where did the fields come from? Where did the emotions come from that created this whole thing? So we're going to be exploring that a little bit as well today, and trying to hit some of the highlights of the workshop. We are all servants, as he started out in this workshop, to his creation. And then about where these fields came from, who created the magnetic fields. I think he's going to come out with the final book at some point in time that'll explain that. But he's saying even the magnetic fields were created. Where did the origin of the first fields come from? And how was the universe created? This is the knowledge of creation that we need to understand, is being indicated before man can actually become a traveler of space. How did man get created? Everything has a soul. Where did the original fields come from? So there's so many things that we need to still learn, understand, absorb, and the rest of it. So we're in this process of understanding more. I know Mr. Keshe said when he showed the authorities some of these systems, gas systems, and probably some other systems that we're not aware of, the scientists, the leading advisors, let's say, shake and shiver. They can't quite understand it, and this makes them humble, I think, because they realize that their knowledge doesn't go too deep in the process of creation and understanding the creator. And of course, the way we create the gases, Mr. Keshe said, there's no one creates it the way the plasma creates it. And apparently it's other people have made amino acids and so on, but these type of amino acids created with the plasma carries that essence of creation within it. And that's what we've seen there, where the amino acids manifested on the metal. They didn't manifest on the wood. They did, but we couldn't see them, or the paper. But this is the idea of how proteins, in a way, are created. And this will help us to understand how we transmute ourselves. And this is what he's saying. We actually have to see it, that the fields can create life. We always thought we needed the physicality and the rest of it, but Mr. Keshe is breaking these taboos down, that we don't need any physicality to create a DNA and RNA. It seems to be done in the system. And of course, we're understanding we're also the system, and how to convert your soul. So there's many things in this process, the transmutation, understanding it to the point where you can actually create whatever you want, whether you would like to be a cat or a dog or a stone or a man. And of course, this is gaining an aspect of immortality in a way. And one of the biggest things he said is the game of the religions is over. And now we're understanding why he seems to be opening up some of these books, some of these religious books, and pointing out some of the anomalies. We're not going to close down any churches or mosques or synagogues and the rest. We're working on the other end and educating the people of who they are, that I made the man in the image of myself, and all we need to do is accept it and understand a little bit more to reduce the abuse. But it seems like this religions is a big millstone around the neck of humanity. Now, not everyone is participating in it, but many, many people are, and this causes divisions among us, that mine is a more superior understanding than yours, and so on and so forth. And this is the way it's been going throughout history. And it's the religious leaders that have created much of the conflict, so the world leaders can then confirm their existence by going to war. And this is part of the understanding we're coming to in a way. So we're going to get into it today, but we usually start out with the World Peace Treaty. And as I said, this is where we will start today, that we all get on this page of peace in a way. And I sort of have it on the other screen. We're just going to slide it over. And this is the World Peace Treaty, very simple document that the world leaders, religious leaders, and everyone else who wants to participate in this understanding of the universe is going to have to be peaceful. Peace within themselves, peace within their environment or direct surroundings, and then peace with the universal community. And again, this does sound like it's pretty far out there, that we need peace to meet with beings from the universal community, but this is the ethos of the universe. There is no eating and killing there, except for a few apparently who want to show or confirm their existence. But for the most part, like the solar system, the universe is peaceful. If we look with our most powerful telescopes, I don't think anyone has shown a war going on a planet or a star, or have seen any of that. Although we're sort of, our minds have been preset thinking that the universal community is here to take over the planet and to take over humanity and to take all our materials because they need it. Again, to me, this is all a fallacy. The planet already belongs to the universal community. And as we know, they already walk among us. They're just hiding in the clothes of the man, and probably hiding in other creations as horizontal or perhaps vertical beings. We call the plants vertical, and we call the animals horizontal plants, just to have an experience in the matter state. So one of the prerequisites of going out into space is to sign the World Peace Treaty. Again, you don't need a physical pen to sign it. You can sign it, as Alex likes to say, with the pen of your soul. So we'll read it. Is there anyone who would like to read the World Peace Treaty? And the conditions that we're seeing on this planet now obviously call for it. But this has been going on for the last 3,000 years, 5,000 wars or more on this planet, not counting the small disturbances between neighbors, between family members, between co-workers, and the rest of it. That again, we just haven't gotten to be a peaceful people, a peaceful entity, even though our nature is peaceful. So we need to reconfirm it, apply it. And again, it's all about testing yourself and finding out your capabilities and how this peace would affect you. So we, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether you're signing for your nation, your territory, your council, your city, religion, town, a body, or a soul. Simply put your name, your signature, and then have it witnessed. And an important part of this, I think, which will give field strength to the others to reach this level, after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So you can find this on the Keshe Foundation website, you can print it out, and you can distribute it. Again, we've tried the forceful way. Let's try in the matter state. Let's try the peaceful way in the plasmatic state. It's a much easier solution. And once we reach a tipping point, once we have enough souls that wish for peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, we'll create that position of change. And of course, as we're learning, sometimes giving is actually receiving or unblocking someone. And that's what we'll be doing when we create the Dome of Peace later on. Thank you all for listening to this. And again, I think most of the planet, especially those in the war zones, are more than ready for the World Peace Treaty. Even though they may not be aware of it, they're wishing it. And of course, we all would if we were in that situation. Why is this happening to us? What did we do wrong? But I don't think they've really done anything wrong. They're just sort of caught up in the middle of a fight in a way. But it's only through the elevation of the soul of the man that this is going to change. Even if Mr. Keshe, as he said, we give you the advanced technology, without the elevation of the soul into the peaceful condition, we'll just go back in a generation or two to the same process of killing and eating or destroying each other. So this has quite wide ramifications. And of course, it will lead to the peace between the vertical people and humanity, between the horizontal people. As I said, the horizontals are the ones with 4 legs in a way, but we're slaughtering them by the billions, week in and week out. And you say they're only an animal or only a plant, but they do have a soul, they do have emotions, they do have intelligence, and they reproduce. And this is not the way the Creator functions here on this planet or in the universe. And this is the position we'd like to get to. And this is actually required in a way, plus more, to allow us to go out into the universe, create, interact, and the rest of it. So it's much, even though it looks like a very tiny document, it's quite deep when you fully examine it between yourself and your soul, and that's what it's about. Thank you. So one of the things we've been doing is with our partners in the plasma technology, the government of China has picked up this flower. I think they're still smelling it and playing with it and putting it under the microscope and passing it around to their scientists, but they picked up the Keshe plasma technology, and this will be announced by them, but this has been the dream of Mr. Keshe for over 40 years. So that dream has come into realization, and now it's just a matter of bringing it out into the market. Again, will it be brought out by several countries, one country, maybe two at a time? I know the Americans, I think, are involved in the background more than I'm fully aware of, as the world leaders all know about this technology for more than 20 years. So they're fully aware. And that's what's happening with some of these demonstrations that are being taken on the road in a way. I think our next meeting is in Sanya. We'll get into that, and then Tehran, and then possibly Washington. That this technology is going to be demonstrated in the public arena and for certain officials, perhaps privately. They may see more or more amazing things than the knowledge seekers have seen up to this point. But this is the process that's going on now. So you're all welcome to join in Sanya or in Tehran or in Washington or in the Bahamas. This is what's being set for the coming period on this planet this year, as well as many other things in the transmutation process. That's pre-transmutation sessions that are being set up. Would anyone like to read this? And again, this is just a little bit more on China's offers in the matter state, in a way, to help develop the planet. And as Mr. Keshe said, if you elevate the people in the physical dimension and their life becomes better for it, you are worthy to be part of the universal community. So the soul of China is doing this not only in China, but they're reaching out to the world, as they have been for a couple of decades. I remember in the 90s working on this sort of, I think they called it the New Silk Road, the Eurasian Land Bridge, and then it was transmuted or converted into the One Belt, One Road. And as we see, the nations are lining up for this win-win process. Following this reading, we'll watch a small video, and there's many of them on YouTube, where you can see the amazing developments that China has created within their borders and also within other countries. But we'll just for today concentrate on some of these developments in China. And as I said, the Chinese government is now partnered in a very deep way with the Keshe Foundation. And of course, they have the manufacturing and the capabilities of unleashing this in a huge way. But there is a timing factor. And once that timing factor and they feel comfortable, I believe they will announce it. We were looking at the other couple of projects. They're just sort of highlighting it here. And the one was Uncio, which is the grass of happiness. And then the other one was the port in Greece. We don't see a lot of coverage of this in the West per se. Apparently it's hidden in plain sight. The China-Laos Railway and Jakarta-Bandung High-Speed Railway. The China-Laos Railway began operation December 3rd, 2021, with 167 tunnels and 301 bridges built in 11 years along its total length of 1,035 kilometers. The railway construction created more than 110,000 local jobs. 110,000 local jobs, and helped build about 2,000 kilometers of roads and canals for villages along the railway, bringing many visible and tangible benefits to local people. As of January 31st, 2023, the China-Laos Railway had run 20,000 passenger train journeys and handled 10.3 million passenger trips. The Jakarta-Bandung High-Speed Railway, with a maximum design speed of 350 kilometers per hour, is the first high-speed rail service in Southeast Asia Now that the railway is in service, the commute from Jakarta to Bandung has been reduced from more than 3 hours to just 40 minutes. Interesting, when I was in the sort of political lobbying arena, I wasn't a paid lobbyist, but we were lobbying different politicians on different issues of development and cooperation among nation states. I mentioned it to my congressman. It must have been in the mid to later 1990s, where I said, why don't we build I'm in Connecticut, and of course, going to New York every day, it's just bumper to bumper traffic. And since I used to work in that area in New Jersey, every day it was looking forward to, most of the time, bumper and bumper traffic from Connecticut down into New York and across New York into New Jersey. So I proposed the high-speed rail and explained that China was developing the systems, and we can move people and freight around. And the congressman just shook his head yes and walked away, and then never heard another thing about it. And other people have done the same. But China has taken up this development program in such a huge way. Hopefully they haven't overextended themselves, but they've built and built and built. And this, of course, is part of employing the population instead of keeping them idle. The Belt and Road, BRI, is an initiative for economic cooperation, not for geopolitical or military alliances. It is an open and inclusive process that now they're reaching out to the world. They're reaching out to all the other countries in the world, especially the West. Let me start again. The Belt and Road Initiative is an initiative for economic cooperation, not for geopolitical or military alliances. It is an open and exclusive process that neither targets nor excludes any party. Rather than forming exclusionary cliques or a China club, it aims to help China and the rest of the world seize opportunities and pursue common development, rather than a private route for any one party. It is a broad path that can be joined by all interested countries to work together for shared benefits. The international community speaks highly of the Belt and Road Initiative, praising it not simply as some random road or economic belt, but as an initiative to achieve common progress for humanity, an initiative that has opened up new paths for the common development of all countries. The Belt and Road has facilitated the modernization drive of developing countries, leading the world into a new era of transcontinental cooperation. Now, this is panel number 4, and it's entitled 900 Days of Hard Work Leading to a 900-Second Miracle. The Quanchi Tunnel on the Angrian Pap railway line is the first ever railway tunnel built in Uzbekistan, and one of the most important cooperation projects between China and Uzbekistan under the Belt and Road Initiative framework. Construction started on September 5th, 2013, and was completed on February 25th, 2016. Chinese builders spent 900 days creating the miracle of a train passing through the mountain in only 900 seconds. The locals were astonished. In the global bidding for the project, the European and American companies offered a construction period of 5 years, but the Chinese company did it in 900 days. So that's just over 3 years. How did you make it? Let's continue. Implementing the 3 global initiatives. And this is quite a long one, so we'll probably stop. Would anyone else like to read this? Please jump right in. No problem. Implementing the 3 global initiatives. It is widely recognized that peace and stability, material sufficiency, and the cultural, ethical enrichment represents the basic goals of human society. Development serves as the material foundation for security and civilization. Security acts as the fundamental prerequisite for development and civilization provides the cultural, ethical support for development and security. The Global Development Initiative, Global Security Initiative, and Global Civilization Initiative proposed by China guide the advance of human society across these three dimensions, resonating and complementing each other. They have evolved into a crucial cornerstone for building a global community of shared future, offering China solutions to major challenges pertaining to peace and development for humanity. Through the Global Development Initiative, China has issued a resounding call for commitment to development and reinvigorated cooperation, and made its contribution to resolving challenges to development and advancing global development. The fundamental aim of the initiative is to accelerate the implementation of the UN's 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Its core requirement is a people-centered approach. Its foremost philosophy is united, equal, balanced, and inclusive global development partnerships. And its pivotal measure entails results-oriented actions to bolster stronger, greener, and healthier global development and jointly build a global community of development. China has hosted the high-level dialogue on global development and presented 32 major measures to implement the initiative, such as creating the Global Development and South Cooperation Funding totaling US $4 billion, launching the China FAO, South-South Cooperation Trust Fund Phase 3, and strengthening support for the China UN Peace and Development Fund. Over the past 2 years, the international community has extensively responded to the initiative and jointly tackled prominent issues, including food security, poverty reduction, and energy security as the implementation mechanism steadily improves and practical cooperation delivers progress. The Global Development Promotion Center is running smoothly, and the library of the Global Development Initiative projects is expanding, with over 200 projects achieving good results. At the same time, China has issued the Global Development Report and established the Global Knowledge Network for Development, contributing Chinese wisdom to the resolution of developmental challenges. Currently, more than 100 countries and international organizations have expressed support for the Global Development Initiative, with over 70 countries participating in the Group of Friends of the Global Development Initiative established at the UN. China is committed to propel global development through its own development. It has thoroughly applied the new development philosophy with a focus on promoting high-quality development to foster a new development paradigm. Modernization of more than 1.4 billion Chinese people will create a market rivaling the aggregated size of all developed countries. This will open up more opportunities for all countries and stakeholders to participate in China's huge market. China has also pioneered major expos and fairs, exemplified by the China International Import Expo, China International Fair for Trade and Services, China Import and Export Fair, and China International Consumer Goods Expo. It has encouraged all countries and stakeholders to share the opportunities presented by China's institutional opening up and steadily expanded institutional opening up with regards to rules, regulations, management, and standards. It has enforced the foreign investment law and its supporting rules and regulations. implemented the new catalog for encouraging foreign investment, continue to remove items from the negative list of market access for foreign investment, advance high-quality development of pilot free trade zones, and accelerated the development of the Henan Free Trade Port. Wow, that is a lot. But again, they're not so much bragging about this, but saying how much more we could do together. Let's move away from war into the cooperation and collaboration. And I think they're open to suggestions. They've been putting this forward for decades, as I understand it. Again, when I was promoting this, this was in the 1990s, and now we're 35 years later. And many nations have joined, but I think the West needs to get on board with this. We can really create the land of milk and honey, or is it honey and milk? And just to show you that China's just not a talk, I just found one of these videos and I thought we'd just play it. Guangyang City, and apparently they've really developed this as quite a mountainous region, but let's just take about 5 minutes of this 10-minute video and we'll continue it next week. As I said, there's hundreds of these on TikTok, and I'm not part of TikTok, but there's also many on YouTube that you can see the beauty of the development. And this is what China, I believe, is offering to the other nations, and even more. And this is the way we're, as Mr. Keshe said, going out into space is going to take all of us. So let's just take a quick, and this is very enjoyable to watch. So I just previewed it before the program, and I thought we'd share maybe 5 or 6 or 7 minutes of a 10-minute video here.
Hello and welcome to Guiyang City in Guizhou Province. Let's go. China's infrastructure is leading the world. I've shown you guys around Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, Guangzhou, and now I'm here in Guiyang, in Guizhou Province. Take a look at this beautiful park here. It's huge. People just relaxing, enjoying the sunshine, breathing in that fresh air of Guizhou. Guizhou has some of the freshest air. You could literally bottle it up and sell it. There is just mountains everywhere throughout the Guizhou region. I mean, you can see one there just popping up in between buildings, right? But did that stop China's infrastructure? No, it did not. Today, Guizhou has 30,000 bridges, including those under construction, over 8,000 kilometers of highways, and more than 2,100 tunnels that connect the province and the outside world, improving business, trade, travel, and making people's lives much more convenient. As the only province in China without plains, Guizhou has broken through its construction problems and created many world-class canyon bridges. It's a sort of bridge museum for the world. Guizhou is home to more than 40 of the world's top 100 highest bridges. The Beipanjiang Bridge is the world's highest bridge. The Pingtang Bridge is the world's highest concrete tower bridge. The Yachihe Bridge is the longest steel truss cable stayed bridge in the world, just to name a few. On my flight coming into Guiyang, I just randomly looked out the window and I saw huge bridges and highways. They're everywhere. Speaking of infrastructure, we are now at Guiyang North Railway Station. This is where you come when you want to travel anywhere, all across China on the high-speed trains. Look at this, it's absolutely packed. All these Chinese people just setting off on their journeys across China. Maybe going home, maybe going back to the university, going to work. And I'm also getting the high-speed train. You're gonna find out where I'm going to. Let's go. Just on.
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on
They've been across the lands far and wide at high speeds. Got 294, almost 300. We'll probably pass 300 in a second. I don't have a first class ticket, but she said that I can just have a quick look around. These are the famous egg chairs of first class. Let me just have a little sit down here. Oh, that is comfortable. Oh, that is good. Man, look at this. It's like you're in some kind of little space pod. It's amazing. And then look outside. Look at the view. The mountains of Guizhou. Right now we're doing the coin test, and usually you do this coin test with a 1 kwai coin, but now I'm doing it with a 5 jiao coin. Look at that, we're traveling at 300 kilometers per hour, and look how still that coin is. Remarkable. I have arrived at a factory now, and at this factory they are producing the materials that go into many of the electric batteries, and they supply a lot of companies throughout China and around the world. A leading global integrated service provider of new energy materials. Although this factory manufactures thousands of tons of materials per year, they're devoted to doing so in an environmentally friendly way. Unlike the West, you know, it's all talk. We're gonna do this. We're gonna reduce these emissions. Oh, we're gonna do this and that. You know, it's all talk. China puts that talk into action. China actually does something about it to try and reduce their emissions, to try and achieve carbon neutrality. I also had a chance to visit the 500-meter Aperture Spherical Radio Telescope, FAST, the world's largest single aperture spherical radio telescope. Now, you're not allowed to bring any kind of electrical devices on the tour, as it would cause radio frequency interference, but they very kindly provided me with this footage to show you guys. FAST, also known as the Eye of the Sky, has a reflecting surface 500 meters in diameter located in a naturally deep and round karst depression, focusing radio waves on a receiving antenna in a feedbed suspended 140 meters above it. The reflector is made of perforated aluminium panels supported by a mesh of steel cables hanging from the rim. FAST started formal operation in January 2020 and has discovered more than 740 pulsars, making it the most efficient pulsar discovery telescope in the world during that period. The larger telescope means a larger optical area and a stronger ability to detect weak signals, which can greatly expand the number of observable samples and help humans detect distant phenomena in the universe. I have now arrived at Cinnabar Ancient Town. Now, mercury mine many years ago, and now, you know, what China has done, they're not just abandoned the mine, abandoned this place, no. They've transformed this place and renovated it into a kind of tourist town that you can come and visit, dress up in some of the traditional clothing, enjoy this place, the little bits showing the history of the place and kind of small little museums. So I just found out that this mine actually started more than 2,000 years ago. And these buildings on the side here, these are from around the 1950s, 1960s. We have the old post office here from 1960. You can see the China Post there. Oh, we've got some eyes not acting their age here. Taking some fun pictures. Right, so now we're getting a look at the cinnabar. So this is the rock, and the cinnabar, there it is, the red kind of ore. Mercury oxide in the rock. We have 3 cinnabar bracelets here, and you can see the price on that. It's not actually that cheap. Look at that, that is 13,000 RMB. This one 7,000, and this one almost 10,000. So I can try one on. 试一下. Wow, I better not. Oh, it's quite heavy.
Yeah,
Oh, it's heavy.
It's very magic. In fact, I don't think a couple of thousand is quite expensive.
That is real. It's
Right.
heavier than I expected.
Yes, it's rock actually.
And
The part of
it's
the rock.
more expensive than I expected. 可以送给我吗？
不好意思，没办法，这个第一堂课这个小小。
没办法。Okay. Wow, look at this one. It costs almost 60,000 RMB.
Best quality.
It's the best quality in the whole place. It's quite heavy. Wow, that is expensive. I better not drop it. Okay, wait, let me just put it down carefully.
你的嘛，你可以在这手。
Okay, I can back away slowly now. If you break it, you buy it.
Want a lawn that looks like this?
We're on another bridge now. We're on a glass bridge. On a glass bridge. Do we trust this glass bridge? Should we jump together?
Alright, let's go.
Okay, ready?
3, 2, 1.
Oh! We're still
alive.
Still alive. We believe in made in China.
Yeah.
We believe. We believe. Also, throughout Guizhou and actually where I live in Xinyi, they discovered a lot of bones from dinosaurs, I believe. I'm not sure which period. Oh, look at this. Some kind of dragon dinosaur. If anyone knows the information about this, then tell me in the comments below. This one is absolutely huge. Imagine that just swimming by you. Okay, so now I am at the Eco Forum Global Guiyang. Wow, this place is pretty huge. Man, this is a big event. Founded in 2009, the Eco Forum Global promotes the sharing of knowledge and experience in the implementation of policies regarding green economic transformation and ecological security. Guiyang, the host city of the forum, has been a national pioneer in ecological development. Guiyang has been listed several times as one of China's low-carbon cities. Its goal of achieving green development has paid off, further driving the transformation of the city's development. Now that brings us to the end of my journey here in Guiyang. I am now gonna head to the airport and get a flight to my next destination. Find out where on the next episode. I will see you.
Okay, so I just thought we'd share the beautiful side of the development, which we hardly see in the West, even though there's many, many videos, as I said, that you can see so many amazing things. And this is what Mr. Keshe said about going to Sanya. Don't so much look at the city, but go and see the beaches in the interior of the island. And this is what's coming up. So we want to thank our partners. Again, they're putting more and elevating the soul of the people by creating these beautiful structures rather than pounding the fist on the table and we have to go to war here, we have to go to war there. This is a win-win cooperation program. And we want the West to join in this, as we will need all of us to go out into space and to understand some of the constructions of UFOs and other things. Even Mr. Keshe said it's going to take more than all of us on this planet to unravel the Keshe plasma technology. And I think this is where the universal community comes in and shares some of their knowledge with us as we share some of our knowledge with them. So this is the way we'd like to see the planet: cooperation and development. And of course, this is going to be taken into space. As Mr. Keshe said, they're planning for a 2030 colonization of the moon. And of course, with the Keshe plasma technology, it will make it possible. But Mr. Keshe said we can colonize the moon even sooner if we so choose. And I know he's developing, in a way, his own sort of space travelers. And this is what we see in the Keshe Foundation store and the offers that are coming up. And of course, feel free to interrupt me or make a comment about any of these things we're showing or trying to discuss. But this is an offer from the Keshe Foundation of the third Plasma Space Traveler Seminar, which you're all invited to attend. Following the first Plasma Space Traveler Seminar in Manchester, UK, and the second Space Traveler Seminar in London, UK, we are happy to announce the third Plasma Space Traveler Seminar in Sanya, Henan, China, to take place on the 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th of March. €1,500 plus value-added tax ticket will cover the participation to the 4 days of the conference, plus accommodations in a 5-star hotel and shared room, 2 individuals per bed, and check-in on the 15th of March, check-out on the 20th of March, breakfast included. Rooms will be randomly assigned unless you specify preferences for the roommate in advance. There is the possibility to book with us additional nights before and after the conference. If you will be placed with a roommate, the value is €75 plus value-added tax per extra night per person. And in case you will not have a roommate available in that period selected, or you wish to be alone in the room, then the value is €150 plus value-added tax per extra night per person. If you wish to book alone in the room, the single add-on for the 5 nights during the conference is available for €375. So this is one of the offerings. And if you're going to China, I know some of the flights from the United States are anywhere from 23 to 35 to 40 hours of travel. So if you're going to put that much into it, you might as well stay a little bit extra and see some of the beauties that you will not see in the West. So that's the upcoming seminar. And of course, this show that Mr. Keshe is putting on, it's a demonstration of the science and the technology, of course, will then move to Tehran, as I understand it, later in this year, to again show more and more of the technology. Following Tehran, it appears, and again, this is not fully confirmed yet, but the Americans will also get a visit by the Keshe Foundation in a way, maybe in NASA, maybe in the Bahamas, or perhaps maybe both. And Mr. Keshe has talked about Paradise Island. He's talked about NASA in Washington. So we'll see some of the technology, more of it released in a deeper way. And then, of course, as he said, in Sanya, there'll be private sessions for a high-level military and probably political people that the knowledge seekers will not be allowed to attend. So there's many things going on within the Keshe Foundation, but this is what Mr. Keshe is, and we're sort of going along and participating and being part of it. So anyone who can and would like to and can afford to, please join us in Sanya, and then Tehran, and then Washington, and perhaps the Bahamas later on in the year. So that's the third Plasma Space Traveler Seminar. If we go back to the store, we should be able to find, I think it's down here, of the offer that's being made now, and what's coming up are what's called the Transmutation Preparation Series. And these are monthly events. I had gotten confused. I thought the February one was changed to the 29th, but it's actually the March meeting that is going to the 29th. I think they still have it in here for March as the 15th. But as I understand it, because of the knowledge seekers going to Sanya and traveling, they're going to move the March session to the 29th of March. For some reason, I had it was the 29th of February. So you can sign up for one or all of these every third Friday of the month from January. Obviously, that's gone by to June of 24. There will be full day sessions from 9 to 1700 CET. And that time will also change, Mr. Keshe said, to accommodate different people at different parts of the world, that we all don't have to, from the West, get up at 3 in the morning or 6 in the morning to participate. So the times of these meetings are probably subject to change. But as we say, the room is opened for close to 24 hours. You can book individual sessions or bundle all 6 sessions for a discount. And this is part of testing ourselves, our own reactors, our own magravs. And I think this is where Mr. Keshe is moving us to understand what we actually carry, the energies within us, and how we can use those energies to move across the planet. Again, it sounds unbelievable, or move across the universe. And we all know we're doing it every night when we dream. Now we're being gifted the privilege of learning how to understand it in a fully conscious mode. And this is a gift, I believe, from the Creator in a way to all the created things across the universe. And as we know, many that are in the crafts in the universal community, if they knew the transmutation process, they wouldn't have to be in a physical craft to fly anywhere. They would transmute. So in a way, we're both in the same position, humanity and the ones in the craft. We're trying to get back to understand our own soul. And this is what Mr. Keshe is providing, the environment for you to play, like a sandbox in so many ways. So you're all invited to take part in this. Again, it's quite a long trip. So if you plan to go to China, you may want to stay for a little bit longer period so you can see some of the beauties and some of the developments. I don't know if we'll see a lot on Sanya, but he said the interior of the island and the beaches are quite beautiful to explore. It's one of the most beautiful places in the world. So you're all invited to participate in the Sanya meeting or in these monthly meetings. And this is also helping not only to develop yourself and understand yourself better, but also helping to develop the system that we saw in the beginning, this wellness system, which carries the transportation and transmutation of the soul and the physicality of the man, and can handle all conditions of unwellness in the body of the man. So this is a beautiful time, and we're here to support it, and this is what's going to help bring the peace on this planet. So it's all connected in so many ways together to bring the peace. And of course, that's just another step. It's not the final conclusion of us going into the universal community as peaceful, educated, knowledgeable, equal to the universal community citizens. And this is an offer of the Keshe Foundation to each and every one of you. So we hope to see you in China, if not China, Tehran, if not Tehran, Washington, if not Washington, maybe Florida, or perhaps the Bahamas. I don't think you could spend your money in a better way. So if you have funds that are available, again, this has never been done on this planet. The systems that are being shown have never been shown before. And this is the new space technology in exchange for peace. And I'm sure you're going to be hearing more and more about these sessions, about the conferences that are going on around the world in different places, one at a time. But we're taking the show on the road, so to speak. Now, let's get back to the workshop. Anyone have any thoughts or comments or something you'd like to raise? Okay. Let's just see how we can actually do this. I think I have this set up for a,
Another
no, there we go. Okay. It's right about where it's supposed to be. We'll just start it a little bit earlier. We'll expand this, and then we'll bring over our beautiful transcript in just a second, and we'll start here. Let's see. He's telling us about the magnetic fields and how we have to understand where this dough came from. How were we built? And this is an understanding in a way, or a prerequisite. He said, I can't let you go into space until you understand where you came from, where the Unicos came from, and the rest of it. So let's, I think this is 5 or 6 minutes or so, but let us hear this. And feel free to jump in at any time.
in the hand of another structure created by fields of another structure. Where did that dough come from? You can't have a dough without the flowers. Where did that flower come from? Where is the origin of that flower? And as I said many times, in one of the final books we go to, we have to understand the origin of where all this started.
And I think that's one of the books he's yet to write, or perhaps it's already written, but it's not published yet. I think he'll be revealing this in one of the final books. And there's a number of books yet to be released. Some of them are written and some of them have to be written, as I understand it, or are partially written and need to be completed. And again, everything within the Keshe Foundation, even though it seems like it's not coordinated, it is very coordinated. It's just we don't understand the timing process.
How it became about that even magnetic fields were created. What is the science behind it? And where the origin of creation comes, that led to the creation of the first field, that led to the creation of the interaction of the residual of interaction of itself by itself, and in which environment was created that Unicos could be created in it. Nothing can exist without a containment, without a container, without a space to contain it in. It does not matter if you put it in a pot, you make a plastic bag, or you just create fields around it. This essence, the knowledge of the creation, man has to understand before he becomes the man of space.
So that was a couple things. He said we have to learn the love of Mitra, the creation, feel the love, be able to give the love and receive the love. Now he's saying there's another thing, in a way, I forgot to tell you, that you need to understand the knowledge of creation before he becomes man of space, before he joins the universal community. Even though we thought we're all ready for transmutation, I think there's a few other things that you need to put in your bag in a way, or carry with you to understand the full process here.
Before he joins the universal community, he has to understand where his universe came from. That is part of community of. If you as a man or a woman created the field that led to creation of the another soul, and this soul in the term of time interacted with the others the way you were created, one Chinese, one English, two Chinese, two Iranian, one American, and the rest of it led to a mixture of the races on this planet. Now you have to consider what mishmash led to creation of man. We put everything down as because of the geography, because of the water, because of this, because of that. Everything has a soul which led to creation of us or life. Doesn't matter where. But who is behind the original fields which led to the creation of the earth and led to the creation of the sun and the energies which created the sun, where the soul of the sun came from. Then this dilemma, this question has to be answered by man to know where it's going in the space. What's the purpose of life? And scientifically, as men, we are reaching that point. We are reaching to the point of understanding the essence and the origin of creation. And maybe in Sanya, in China, for the first time, we'll show the first signs of origin of the creation.
Okay, and as he's talking about Sanya, I think we were going to go to the break here, if we can find it quickly. Sorry. And we'll hear a couple of the announcements from Mr. Keshe about Sanya and some of the transmutation series that's coming up. I'm not sure if I have the exact spot, but we're close. Okay. There. And I will just change the transcript to, oops, sorry, match it. And let's just bring it down here to just after the break, and we'll hear Mr. Keshe's announcements about what's happening in Sanya and a couple other announcements. And thank you for the provider of the transcript. We do appreciate that, and I think it's helping the studies of all of us to become more enlightened, since we can really dig through this and review it and find spots in the transcript and create videos and the rest of it. So we want to thank the producer of these transcripts. Let's see if we can start here.
Seekers Workshop here. And Mr. Keshe, are you ready to begin the second part of our show here?
Yes. Why not?
Okay.
Can I make a couple of announcements?
Sure.
As usual. We used to make the announcements at the beginning, so now we do it in the middle, which is much easier. First of all, on the third conference in China is now fixed for 16, 17, 18, and 19th of March in the island of Sanya, which a lot of you, some 58 nations, don't need a visa to come in. And some of you can stay 30 days, some of you can stay 90 days in the island. It's one of the most beautiful places on this planet. If you don't waste your time just looking at the city, go and see the beaches and the island inside. It's where most of the seeds of the food and research in health is done by the Chinese government. It's a bedrock of the science and technology, and has facilities that none has seen in the world. Most of the evolution within kilometers from Sanya city, the research centers, and then you have the big laboratories, which the licensing is totally different than the rest of the world, and they can test the latest diseases, inventions in medicine in this island. is given a special license to be able to do this. And it is one of the reasons that Keshe Foundation Corporation in China will have a center in this area.
So that's very interesting. Now we know there'll be a center of the Keshe Foundation somewhere in this area. I'm not sure if it'll be on Sanya, but it may be. So the foundation, and of course you may have an opportunity to work there part of the year, take 6 months and volunteer your time, or go there for perhaps a position. I know he said they were looking for some very pure souls to conduct some of this. Again, it may happen in Austria as well, or in Sanya, or in other parts of the world. So there may be some delicate systems that need beautiful souls or perfect souls to build them. That's what it sounds like. But apparently it's on the same plane as the Hawaii, so it's quite a tropical, warm, very warm place to go, but also one of the most beautiful places, as he said, in the world.
It's full of scientists, those who have endeavored to go to the next step and are open-minded to develop new technologies. The elite of the sciences of the Chinese in certain sectors are in this area. The conference will be from 9 to 6 or 4 days. And as I said, we bring to show the evolution in science. Our team will come equipped to show this. Do not come to see, you see part of what you've seen in London and Manchester, but you see things which never shown before, never been there, and it'll break the new science and technology. But be aware that we target, our aim is the conference in Tehran for transmutation and manifestation of the creation. Once we finish with China, we start negotiation with the Iranian government to hold this conference in Tehran. And then hopefully by the fall in September, we negotiate with the American government to show this, maybe in NASA, maybe in Florida. In a way, I chose NASA, what we call in the Bahamas Island, for a specific reason. There we will show the creation of life from the oceans of the universe. And NASA has been a playground for me for decades. And we go back, NASA, to show you how life has come from the seas to the land and to life that we know it. It's one of my favorite places, and some of the most beautiful memories of my younghood and adulthood comes from Bahama and Nassau. And then you will see what is called the Paradise Island. It is the true paradise. So step by step, we go from island to island, and we show how creation shall be. One point which you have to remember, if you're coming to China, to Sanya, come with a clean soul. Because if we give you the cup, you manifest yourself in a dimension of what, who, and the way your soul interacts and will interact. The cup of life given to the Chinese as a savior during COVID now becomes a true cup of life for the nation. We'll take this system across the planet when we travel. And we ask the world leaders to bring their cups for them and for you to see the true soul within that physicality. And I wonder how many world leaders will attend and even touch the cup. We'll put this cup title, Harmony of Iran, to put to place. We put this to Pope in the Vatican and to the other world leaders. And then we, in essence, understand the true essence of the man. And then you understand the true game of peace has started, where the soul of those who claim to be the leaders and the peaceful men will manifest himself in the color of their soul in their cups. And then you understand. When in Arabic they say Ashhadu, what it means. I swear to my soul, I be the true me and nothing else. I swear to the truth of who I am. And then you understand when I told you the true game, the reason we started the teaching and the creation of Keshe Foundation was done so. I hope those of you who come from China, you bring the best potteries of China and come with a clear glass that you cannot hide in the clay of the nation, the true emotion of you. Then we teach you how to create children of God. Yesterday, when we turned on the first systems to lead to creation of this life, I stood by the system. And I prayed for it as I always do. Let it be the system of peace. Let it be that the field of this bring the knowledge of creation to man. And we shall see. It's an amazing system. It can create life in any dimension. And it keeps in essence in its center the rays of the creation of the field of the emotion of the Creator. And how it communicates with every position, direction and dimension. I hope you're that lucky to be in Sanya, to see the beginning of the new dimension of science and technology which man never knew, and then the beginning of the change. We invite the Chinese military leaders and scientists to join, to come in and to test themselves and to understand. And then it's for the others, nation by nation, to add their flavors to it. The Keshe Foundation team has posted how you can come to Sanya, come with a pure heart and no hate, no resentment, and no racism. And then see if truly is you in your own cup. It's cup of your life, and then you have to understand it. Thank you very much. And I hope you will see in a very near future what all this teaching was about. It was not to make gases and electricity. It was to show you the energies which leads and how things manifest themselves according to the environment they're in. And how you will become that gas, that energy, when you come into dimensional fields of another position in space and time, and how you interact with the soul of the Creator to manifest yourself in and through that field to physicality which you desire. We see how things will change, and as I said, we put all the world leaders to test, and the system for it has been switched on yesterday, and it will manifest itself across this planet step by step. And then it'll come to the point when you choose a world leader, most probably for American election, The American nation will ask your leaders to come with their cup, that they can see the true leader, irrespective of his words. We know the color when we see the cup. It's a cup of life of a man, cup of the soul of the man in interaction with his creator, and never changes once takes shape. And no one can lie. Then we see the true leaders who will become the leaders of this planet, always shall stand this test. Then you understand why we call for a universal council to be chosen by the soul of the man and not the man, and how the universal councils will be cleared themselves through the same. And now you understand how the two processes will link up and how it will link you up to the system. The new system developed and switched on yesterday has two dimensions of the reaction. One to the soul of the creation and one connection to the soul of the universe and universe. It's specifically designed for these two. The rest comes out of interaction of your soul and the interaction with the emotion of the creator. I hope you will not be disappointed. And I hope you'll see how you can, you should, and you will create the children of Mitra.
Okay, so what are these cups he's talking about? I think it's your own vessel. He's talking about bringing your cups. I don't think we have to bring a physical cup there. I think you will manifest whatever's going on in that pot or in that cup. And then again, it's not to judge you, it's to test you in a way. As he said here, let's just continue on with it a bit more.
Thank you very much, Rick. And we leave it to you to come and test yourself inside you. The next time we show this system will be in Tehran, and the Iranian leadership to come with their cup of life. And then we understand the true man of religion, the true man of nations. And we take it to Washington and we ask the presidents of the United States to sign themselves to the cup. Then we all understand where we are
going. Okay, so he's actually, in a way, calling upon the world leaders to show themselves, probably religious leaders too. As he said, we put it to this one or we put it to that one, to come and show us who you really are. What are you really made of? Has this all been a fabrication to, again, abuse the others for a lack of knowledge? As he said, the game of religions is over. And of course, the game of war is winding down as well on this planet. Let's see if we can go to another clip here. Anyone want to make any comments about this? Probably this is why he said many will walk away from this. They really don't want to see what they're going to manifest, or maybe they already know what will be apparent. Again, it's not really to judge them, but it's for you to judge yourself and understand yourself and try and correct yourself. We're going to go to another point here. Let's see if we can move it up. Again, he talks about these cups. So we're going to move up to about, 1 hour and 52 minutes, I think. And again, there's so much in each one of these workshops, even though this was not one of the longer workshops, it's still full of understanding and knowledge. Okay, this is more about the cups. And of course, we know the Cup of Life, which was gifted to China in January of 2020, but now he said we're going to see the true cup of the universe, as I understand it. Any thoughts from anyone? Okay, let me just move this also up a bit to about the same time, and we'll start again. Okay.
Hello?
Yes, hi.
I can hear you if you can't hear me.
Yeah, you were breaking up a bit
What did
before
you
we
hear?
lost you. Just the last sentence or so. The audio was breaking up a little bit before that, and then we just lost you totally for about the last 5 or 10 seconds.
Yeah, what I said, when you bring your cups to Sanya and you wish to see a fish and you get a monkey, that's not the fault of the system. It means you have not been truthful to your own physicality and dimension of the observation of physical life. Because your soul wished for a monkey and got a monkey. Your physicality was looking for fish for something else, which was not truthful to your soul. So you didn't get your fish. This is not the fault of the system. It's you who have not been truthful with your soul and soul of physicality. These are not the cup of judgment. These are the cups for you to understand yourself, to perfect yourself. There are no judges. There is no day of judgment. It's for you to be enlightened, to understand the life in the universe. And when you get to this point, then you find your way into the universal community in a very easy way. And we are not testing you if you can go or not. It's for you to test yourself, that you become a perfect being in the school of being of the Creator. That's all. As I said wrote one of knowledge seekers in the past few hours, we are not here to make money, otherwise we could have made a lot and make a lot. We suffer, we go through it, we go step by step as the man goes. But as said in the holy books, give us daily bread. And our daily bread in the foundation comes, we will not stop, because every day our soul is clear what is to come, what is to be done, and the bread is provided. And that's why we are here in past 20 years. We don't go to target to become billionaires. We could have become billionaires, we're being billionaires. They said, what's the best way to make a millionaire to a, what do you call it, a poor man? Make him a farmer. And this is the same. You give and you give. And this is how you should be. We are just bringing you systems for you to test yourselves. And how you manifest yourself when you understand it in the position which you manifest. Then you understand when I told you I'll bring you a drop and there'll be a fish in the cup. Now you understand how. Because it's my wish. And that drop carries my soul, and interaction with the protein which is created by the system will manifest the fish, because our wish is sincere, is not tainted. Then you.
Okay, so now we're going to go more into this game of religions, which he says is over, but the way it'll be truly over is when everyone understands who they are in the universe and what they're actually carrying with them. And again, it's a hard thing in a way to walk away from, because we've been so conditioned. Our past generations have been conditioned in the same way, maybe even more than today. I know a lot of people have walked away from the religions. They don't see the value in it, but this will be a little bit longer. So let's, I think we have another about 12 minutes on this clip. So let's continue it and just understand more. And of course, Mr. Keshe said he's going to restore the dignity of women across this planet. And again, this is another hard thing for many to accept, but I'll allow Mr. Keshe to explain his position here.
I understand. Any other question?
All right, we have a number of questions from the Brazilian community. Let's start out with one from Cristiano here. Says, good morning, Mr. Keshe. You told us that at the time of Jesus Christ, he passed on the knowledge through women. But how did he try to pass on the knowledge to elevate the souls of the people? He tried to pass on something related to the plasma science. He talked about the existence of the soul of the man or the soul of the physicality in the language of the time. Why would he have failed in his mission to pass on this knowledge that you are opening today?
He never failed. Man failed to pass it on. Let me explain to you when you say give knowledge to women. He gave an indication of what you call Mary the Virgin. Yeah? Virgin birth. Where I explained to you in Torah and in beginning of the word, it means the believer. And the mother was a believer in the Creator, in God. A true Jew. But in a different way of believing Judaism than what was at the time. I said this a few times, and I don't know if I've explained it here too. What I feel ashamed, absolutely ashamed as an Iranian, is that our women have been put under Islam and devalued, degraded. Before Islam, our women were worshipped, respected beyond, and it's today in the structure of the life of Zoroastrians. The female, the mother, is the holiest of all. Even if you read the story of Kurosh and Dariush and before, women were respected beyond in the society, in the Persian society. We devalued our women to make them half by the rule of Islam. Why? Because Islam, to keep the life of women, killed all the men and gave women to live. We give you a life, but you're half of us, otherwise we had you. Because the mothers were light of the knowledge to the family, to the society. And biggest shame for me as an Iranian is to call myself a Muslim because of what has happened to our women, to the mothers. And then we go back into Christianity. We go back to Judaism. Go back to the Judaism. When supposedly Moses, Jehovah, conquered a village, he killed everything, man, woman, child, animal. With Christ coming from the same mentality, with putting that the women are knowledgeable, he brought a halt to killing of women. Because he realized without them there is no generation. But at the same time, 500 years, 700 years before even Christ, in Iran, we worshipped, we respected our women. And we have devalued our nation, our culture to become Muslim. And we have let our women down. Because this is what the Christ said, the true believer, because they create, the child comes from the womb of the mother, they have that love, they understand the love of the Creator, they are knowledgeable. And we don't value that. For that reason, I always said, if you've been around me, even before I started Keshe Foundation, I always said, the next soul which will lead us will be soul of a woman. And this is why we created the child of Mitra. Because you have to understand, man, does not create, a woman creates and understand the love she gives, she cannot touch the child inside, but through her heart transfers that love of the mother to the child, that in that interaction, the child takes shape, becomes what it is. If you touch the emotion of the mother, if the mother is tortured, abused during the pregnancy, you see that emotion, how it changes. You get a handicapped child with problem when they're born. Then you understand why God, the Creator, has one emotion. You see beautiful children, you see calm children, you see children born with absolute joy. Look at the time when the mother was pregnant, what love was transferred. There wasn't an injection of love. It's the emotion of love. It's the emotion of the Creator, the love of it. And as Iranian, we have dishonored, we have dismantled the essence of the creation by becoming Muslims. By first thing first, devaluing our women, our creators, to half. For what reason? Because we came across a bunch of people where with Muhammad only beheaded men. He didn't behead children, the women. Read in all the wars, Muhammad headed. He always, at the end when there was a victory, in all the wars, he said to separate the man. They took the man to one side and beheaded them, and they said to the women, now you are a slave and you are wives. How can a woman who loved the man who he beheaded now has to become your wife and love you? In Iran history, men gave their life for the mothers to be alive. And in Islamic religion, opposite. And in Judaism, forget about it. And then you understand why we have to understand what culture we want our soul to be created in. Read the whole history of Islam. Read the time when Muhammad went conquering and he won the villages. He beheaded men altogether, and women became slaves and abused by the new men. The men of the Islamic world didn't go to war to expand Islam. They went to war to see how many women they can get. And in many, many books, even the Quran refers to it. The woman says, you killed my brother, you killed my father, you killed my husband, and now you want me to love you and to be my husband? For you not to behead me and put me into prostitution, I say yes, but this cannot be, because then I'm lying to myself. And then you understand why we bring an end to religions, because only has been a profit, money making, not profit to bring a message. The way you stand, the way it is. You read about the history of Iran 600 years before Christ, when Kurosh used to be. Kurosh, when he conquered the countries as an expansion, even Babylon, and where all the Jews were sent, exiled, and the rest of the pharaohs. When the ruler's tradition was you kill the king and you take all. Even Kurosh time, when he took Babylon, he brought the queen of the nation and gave her, she said, I'm yours. He said, no, you're not mine. You have a husband. You have life. He gave her the same position as a queen. And when the king accepted submission to come, went to Kurosh to accept that he lost the war, Kurosh said, first send him to his wife. Let him have peace that we have not done anything wrong. And when ruler went to his wife and saw her in such a comfort and respect. She explained everything. I offered myself to Kurosh. He said no. He said, you're not mine. I came to bring peace to your nation. I haven't come here to conquer women. And the ruler came to Kurosh. He said, I'm yours because you're a true man. Kurosh is the only king who had only one wife from the beginning to the end in his life. Even though he had access to the most beautiful women in the world of his kingdom. And you have to understand, when you read the Bible, as the Bible was written by order of Kurosh, in the book, in the Bible, Jews believe he's a Messiah. And many times they mention his name in Torah. Because he lived by the rule. He respected his wife because it's the culture. And when a wife becomes an abuser, it's her decision to go. Read about the life of Kurosh and how he became a king. And he is actually the true prophet. But he never accepted that position of prophets. And that's why he called the Shah, which in that name means the prophet. Then you understand how we should live. If man lives the true life of Zoroaster and the true essence of the Kurosh, there'll be no wars, because we respect, to start with, our own creators, our women. And this has been taken out of the culture of Iran by Islam. We have sold our women to half, where they were equal to us and above all of us as our creator. Any questions?
Okay, so this is part of the process of how Mr. Keshe is opening the books. And it's not only, as we said, Islam. It's also Judaism. It's also Christianity. And there's many corrections that need to be made, but many women are in this condition. And I think that's one of the reasons he put 2 women in charge of the Keshe Foundation, as I understand it. So we're in a position of elevating our women rather than reducing them by half. And that was the condition in this country as well. Women couldn't own land, they couldn't do this, they couldn't do that. And I think we see that promoted in Christianity, where the woman has to be, in a way, a second fiddle to the man, as he's supposed to carry or run everything, and the woman is supposed to support them. But I think Mr. Keshe is bringing a different understanding, and how, in a way, it used to be, where we cherished our women. They are the creators, in a way, and they have this knowledge. And that's what he said later on in this teaching, that the women are trying to understand the soul of this technology, where the men are making magravs all the time and trying to explore it from that end. So we have a lot to learn from women, as we know, and hopefully we're moving into a place where they become equal and co-creators with the rest of us. I mean, they already are, but in many places, even in the United States, there's much abuse of women, and we see it in Korea, we see it in Japan, and we see it in many, many parts of the world. And this is something that Mr. Keshe wants to remedy and correct this situation. So it's all for us to take a little bit more of understanding out of these questions, out of these teachings, that we can understand more deeper the process and what's actually going on. It's not only the technology, but I think as we become more peaceful, that the women will come to their rightful place, or even perhaps share more of this understanding, as they seem to understand the soul of this technology, where the men are more involved in the physicality of it, in a way. Any thoughts? Anyone want to make any comments? You won't be fined or criticized if we disagree with what you're saying, but you're all allowed to voice what you think you understand or what you'd like to say about this. I'd just like to go to one more clip if we can, although it is getting close to the 3 o'clock hour. I think we'll go to about 2 minutes and 18 seconds, 2 hours and 18 minutes, excuse me. And we'll hear a little bit more here about this child of Mitra, the creation, and the rest of it. So let me just move this other one up a bit, and this will be probably our final clip, even though there's much, much more in this workshop. And again, you can listen to it 1 time or 100 times. Some people may get it after 1 time, and other people may have to listen to it more and more. But I think there's a plasmatic transformation when you're just listening or reading the transcript of the creator of the workshop. You're actually sharing part of his soul. And that soul is actually transferring to you, even though you're just seeing the words and the rest of it. So let's go with this clip now, and this will be our final clip before the Dome of Peace. No, actually, there's one more.
Because the love is there from the point of inception. You never look for it because it's part of you, created out of it. Any other question?
Okay, from
We
Claudia.
have to finish in the next 15-20 minutes because I have a long journey to take. Okay, please.
From Claudia, who says, Mr. Keshe, when we have a mutation in our RNA to react against some entity that enters into our body, such as bacteria, which has its own emotion, this change is unconscious to maintain our body alive. But when we want to transmute to another environment through our conscious emotions, this occurs in the same way. So the only way to transmute must have a big purpose, that is teaching the knowledge of the creator to maintain the creation.
In the transmutation, the soul of the man always stays in the dimension. So we pick up viruses through transmutation, without a doubt. We'll come across other energy packs. That's how we know of their existence, and that's how we fall in love with another virus. We become soulmate, and we create children of the soul with them. Anything which is not at the strength of our soul is a virus to our soul. But we have to understand and change that point to a love, to a care, to become, to be part of. In a way, if you look at the structure of physicality of the man, is made by this principle. You want to be with me, okay, but we have some surplus. What we're going to do, maybe we won't get this energy. Okay, we make the liver. We made the liver, we leave our energies that anybody needs, call in and take up that nobody robs the other one. It's a store. It's a national reserve, we call it. You're short of rice in one department, send, we give you. You want short of vitamin C, liver is kept. How we made that? We all have a lot of bits we don't want and nobody else wants, but others outside the body might need it. We created the urine and the other bits, and then we make it food and water it. We have a bit which we all need to decide, we work together, otherwise we'll misfunction. We put one division to be in charge of this part of the kidney to communicate with the brain. Liver puts a section to communicate with the brain, and the cancer does that. It tells which vitamins to keep, which one to keep, and then, okay, you don't want it in a storage, send it here. We get rid of it through the kidney. It's the same. This is called RNA operation, a military regime with a full control of the principle. Understanding which energies are needed, which energies are not needed. Don't we do this in our lives? We work in an office, but you're a member of a club of runners, and then you're a member of the chess club somewhere else, and then you're a member of the a marriage, in a family with the children, and then you're a member of such and such a thing, but all function because you as a center brain control it, where you would take your energy to spend. You go to the club, where you're going to give the energy to love, you call it home, and a wife and a child. And when there is something else, don't we do this? We just become oblivious to it. But it's the same structure across. Has the gym you go to share or give your energy out, that something else picks it up, has become a virus to your life? Yes, it's become a virus to the wife because you're not home to love her more. You're spending some time in the gym, but she accepts that virus because you look good for it when you come home. This is how we are. We interact. A virus, the way we showed even in the COVID, can be used as an energy for the man. That's why you lot recovered so fast with the Kappan when you had the virus. You took the energy of the virus itself and you changed it to food for your body. How you interact with it, you don't destroy it. The COVID is with you. Those of you who went through Kappan and had a COVID and you used it, you will see the benefit of it in the coming time. Because now is, you haven't destroyed it, it's part of you. You already have it. Next time come on, it's a new version. I'll take your body. You won't touch me that much. It's a asset in your pocket of genes or energy packs according to the virus. We have to understand the science, and then we understand the technology. And we understand the technology of the creation. The DNA, RNA is all made for man to become real. There's a big mayhem at the moment in the world of medicine, and wherever you go on the internet you see it. Harvard University has called some tens of papers out because they're all fraudulent. And the head of medical school of Harvard has resigned because of it. And they've been doing this for 20 years, and they forced a lot of people to change their mind because of these lies. And now the ones who accept it, the effect of these papers in past 20 years, which was forced by Harvard, has done it, is going to be massive in a lot of medicines, which is faked. And that's why we see a lot of medicines since early 21st century have a lot of problems, a lot of diseases, a lot of pharmaceuticals companies going bankrupt because they couldn't support it, because they worked on a paper originally adjusted to suit the money providers. And this is the way it will not happen in the world of your life, with your soul, your understanding the energies and the viruses. Then you call it RNA and DNA or whatever you want to call this situation, how some very expensive medicine was backed on the back of this, and they didn't come up, the research did not bring the money. Hundreds of millions was lost by pharmaceuticals, is because they relied on a few papers which was based on the lies which was made up to make somebody famous. Read on what Harvard University was happening. It's a mayhem in there at the moment with the fake papers, and the same people became peer reviewers to cover their own, problems and lies.
Okay, so he was talking about the COVID and the energies, and apparently you're going to carry that with you all the time, but it's not going to be a problem. You'll be able to handle future problems like that because you've already, in a way, had a taste. It may affect you a little bit, but we learned how to drain the energy from the energy pack, and it became food to us. We've actually fed ourselves with these energies. And again, you hear about this cup, bring your cup to Sanya. We gifted the cup of life to China. Let's just go to the first step of the Dome of Peace, and then we're going to play a 10-minute video from the Mexicans back from almost 4 years ago, from the cup. Okay, so let's just, any thoughts or questions, or someone want to share something, please feel free to interject, to come in. We'd like to hear your voice and your understanding of it all. It helps us. We add it to our knowledge. So if we go to the first step of the Dome of Peace, let's see if we can just do this. And then we're going to just move this up a little bit. If anyone who watches these videos, no one that's here doesn't understand it, but I think other people who may see this video in the future wondering about these cups, these cup of life, bring your own cup and the rest of it. We'll just show a short example of this, of making a cup and releasing Gans waters.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, I will look for it. I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, so I'm just going to move this ahead a little bit. Whoops, sorry. And we're going to go to, just to see this video, I think this is pretty close enough, from the Mexican community. You're wondering about spraying the Gans waters, how to make Gans. You can go to the Keshe Wiki, but this is what happens on Sundays. And of course, you don't have to do it just Sunday. You could do it every day. But we coordinate our efforts on Sunday to elevate the soul and the inhabitants of this planet by releasing Gans waters. These waters contain fields. Obviously, we know the fields were created, but anyway, they create fields and they bring balance into a situation. They seem to know where to go and what to do. But let's just take 10 minutes so you can see an experience that was shared in Mexico with some of the Mexican language community and what they do as far as spraying the Gans water. And then I think everyone that's here understands it, but maybe others, when you talk about cups of life and this and that and releasing Gans water. So this is the typical procedure of what goes on Sunday. And again, it can be noon or 6 p.m. And this is where we collectively work on this process. And we continue this process until we come to a elevating the soul of this planet into a permanent, peaceful condition, as was just read. About 10 minutes.
Vargas Ortiz, sobreviviente de COVID-19. Quiero compartir mi testimonio referente a estas aguas que estuve tomando cuando me encontraba muy delicada de salud. Quiero que sepan que no solo la tomaba, también me la aplicaban como un atomizador para que mi cuerpo la absorbiera y yo la respirara. Sé que hubo momentos muy críticos, pero gracias a estas aguas siento que me fortalecía. Prueba de ello es que aquí estoy saliendo adelante. Agua plasmática de la Copa de la Vida, de la Fundación Keshe.
So now I hope this gave those of you who don't understand the releasing of the GANS water and what is done with this, how it's elevating the soul of the planet, you will have a more complete understanding. If you want to learn how to make the cup of life, there's a video probably on YouTube still, or definitely at the Keshe Foundation, of how to make Cup of Life 1 and 2. And you set it exactly the way Mr. Keshe sets it. And of course, what he was showing us is that we can drain energy packs, probably getting us ready and giving us confidence. Of course, when we go into the universe, we can't take cup 1 with us. We need to use the energies within us to balance out certain conditions, or there may be systems like the horizontal system that's been provided, because he said absolutely when we transmute, we're going to pick up viruses. But we know how to drain their energy, that they're not harmful. They can become food to us and actually coexist with us. And this is what he said about the COVID. Once you've got it, you'll probably forever have it, but not in the dimension that it harms you. We sort of tempered it down. And obviously your body has that knowledge now within it and can handle that approach. So this is the releasing of the GANS waters. This is what he says. It's something for our physicality to do. He also indicated that it connects the wellness centers together. And it probably does many, many more things that we're not fully aware of at this time. But that's something for our physicality to do. And again, we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. When we go into space, you won't have this cup to use. You'll have to use your energies interacting with other energies to balance things out. And I think the structure that we're carrying can balance out any condition that we can find in the universe or that we interact with. But we have to learn more about it. So that's the first step in creating the dome of peace. And that's what Mr. Keshe sort of jokingly said. This is one of the ways you take over a planet, is to bring it into elevation and spread waters like these or fields like these around the planet. When we reach a tipping point, we will see the difference. But we continue on. So we encourage everyone, if you haven't, to start participating in this process of releasing GANS waters. And again, it doesn't have to be just on Sunday. It can be anytime you want. Now, since we're so physical and we can accept this, we'll go to the next understanding, which is using our souls in a way, and this is where he's taking us all to learn to start to use the energies of the soul without any physicality involved. So let's just hear the second part of the Dome of Peace, using our fields to create this balance within ourselves and within the environment.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls in here. Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
And of course, if you like this idea, you can join the Brazilian team every day at 1 a.m. CET, where they go through the daily intentions, or on Wednesday at 6 p.m. CET and do the same as we gather together to create this Dome of Peace through our energies. Again, we're quite familiar working in the physicality. It's the energy dimension. We have been working in it, but we haven't fully understood its capabilities and how far reaching this can go. So now that we're all here in this period of time, we're hopefully have inner peace within us. Let's take 5 minutes of silence and go through this process. And the most beautiful part of it is Mr. Keshe said, nobody fails this test. And it's again for us to test ourselves. As he said in the systems, we bring you into these systems to test yourself. And we admire the Brazilian team for their perseverance in this process. I think they've been doing this for a number of years now, but as Mr. Keshe said, this is not a day job. So we continue on in this process until the strength level is reached, or until the numbers of people on this planet continue in the same process, and then we'll see the change. And so all these things, the cups, the plasma water, the intervention of our souls, the systems that are being created, the satellite souls and the rest of it, are all coming together in unison in a way to bring the final step, I think, in this creation. Again, this is not a small project, converting a whole planet from a warring, killing civilization. And again, it applies to the animals, the birds, and the fish, and the rest of it. as well as to us. So this is a huge project we're undertaking, and don't think it's like putting a chicken in the oven and in an hour it's all done. We continue on with this process because we're going to use it, I think, in our future travels across the universe. We may run into a condition like this or hear other civilizations calling for help, and we may know how to handle that or support them to bring them into the universal community. Of course, one of the other mentions, if I could, is you don't have to join in a Telegram or a Zoom or on YouTube or anything like that. Every day at 21 p.m. CET, the Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET for the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. So if it's your wish to see peace, Path of Peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving is going to create a position of change. No other thing. Again, we have to bring the change. If the universal community does it, it'll be just magic. We won't understand it and we won't hold on to it. If we bring the change, then we will understand it and we will hold on to it. So that's why they just can't come and wave a wand and the whole thing will change. Nobody understands what's happening. So this is part of the responsibilities of all of us that understand to start working in this dimension. So let's just go back to it and we'll take 5 minutes of silence for the elevation of the souls, the International Atomic Energy, everyone working for peace, the soul of world leaders, religious leaders, and anyone like Diane, who we heard about earlier, who's doing much better, and we want to thank Ray for bringing us that. But if it's a other situation you'd like to bring in, there's no problem at all. But this is the process we're going through, learning to work through the energies within us. And all the souls are connected. So they're all more than happy to bring the change. And I think that's why the souls are here. We see it as physicality, but it's really the souls in the background working this out. Okay, so let's just take 5 minutes here. I'll start the timer. And again, the most beautiful part of this is nobody fails this test. So thank you. Let's start now. And how easy was that? Thank you all for participating, and as you choose, carry on with the releasing of the Ganswater, the joining of with the Universal Council around the world. And again, you can multitask when you do these. You don't have to sit in silence when you join with the others and all that. Mr. Keshe said you can be multitasking. So you can be driving the car, changing the baby, or other things, and still participate in these processes. We definitely are becoming multitaskers. And it's a beautiful process, and understanding that we'll use very similar processes in the universe for now until infinity to balance things out, to create things just through the energy. So again, this is a test that nobody fails. So we congratulate you on passing the test. Okay, I think I've been a little long today. We did play some longer videos. I think Alex may be ready to come in if he's still with us. Let's check in. Alex, are you still in the background? Would you like to come in? We're proud and privileged to have you with us every week and to share more of your understanding of the plasma science. And welcome. How would you like to proceed today?
Thank you very much, Mark. I would like for you to do the disclaimer, and then I'd like to take over the screen, please.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, Alex, I think that concludes the disclaimer. We'll see your screen, and now it's populated. Please take over. And again, thank you for joining us and being part of this group, and not only this group, but many groups, as you've taught across the world this science of plasma technology. So thank you again.
And thank you so much for allowing me to come in here. Let me just have to just figure something out today. Again, another, oh yes, I found it.
Okay, I'm going to put the contact of the Wellness Center email in the chat. So if anyone is seeking a consultation about this technology, if it can help them, if they'd like to get involved with it, again, we will put the email office@de.wellnesscenter. office@de.wellness.center. Thank you. Thank you, Alex.
And again, thank you very much, Mark. We are gathered here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon, and many of us are scratching our heads why. But I think the history will bear it out. And so I want to thank you all for allowing us to do that. We're going to have a very exciting trip today. As a matter of fact, the whole world is having a very exciting trip today. So I guess we all want to be obedient and legal So I guess we should fasten our seatbelts and get into the program. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're discussing the intermediate transmission of cycles. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It's January 28th. The year is 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So as we're trying to continue on the intermediate series, and this is going back several years, we're trying to distill thousands of hours of teaching into something a little bit more bite-sized. And that challenge is getting harder and harder to overcome every day because more knowledge is being gathered. But in a way, when you look at history, the fact of the matter is that history has grown as well. And so to understand the subject of history, that too is a challenge. And so when we look through history, we see many cycles. And so that's what we'd like to discuss today. We'd like to discuss these cycles. And so one of the problems with these cycles is that we still have the hesitancy of dealing with the old cycles, right? And we find that the old cycles are the lowest energy state. But it's not the cycle that's the energy state that's low, it's the physicality. And when we depend on the physicality, we talk about transmission. And when we talk about transmission, it's something that affects us. So at this point in time, the best way for us to do transmission is to walk. But as Jack and Jill, who went up the hill, found out that rolling is faster than walking. Because when Jack fell down, he just rolled down the hill and he got there faster than Jill did. But Jill had to do some jumping and possibly some flipping as well. But how do we move? And so we're always looking on ways to release ourselves and let us go. And of course, life is very hard. And they say until you get up on the horse. Because after all, horse walking is faster than man walking, isn't it? But it's still step by step. Or is the step a step by the cycle? And that's the question that we're facing here. So when we're looking at the books of Miran Tepikul Keshe, book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter, it's actually 2 books in one. We're talking about the universal order of creation and the creation of matter. And as we can see, things come together in kind of a round picture, and which kind of implies a cycle of some sort. And in that cycle, we see a combination of matter, dark matter, and antimatter. Well, where did that come from? And so we discussed book number 2, The Structure of the Light, so we could see that in between these 2 matters, there is a connection, and that connection is the light. And so how does that light move? And it appears that it moves from one cycle to another cycle. And how does it know which cycle to move from? And how does it know which cycle to move to? And when does it do this? So we look at book number 3, The Origin of the Universe, and say, well, wait a second, should that be book number 1? And then we see the creation of 2 other cycles, the sister universe and man's universe. And do we see possibly the disintegration or the dilution of the primary universe? And what is that primary universe? Is that the creation of matter? And so if that is the case, then we could say that from the creation of matter, it facilitated the origin of the universe. This is why we're going through the transmutation preparation sessions. And we're in a 6-month program where every 3rd Friday of the month, we will be doing a session. And the next session is February the 16th of 2024. And these preparation sessions are to allow us to do transmission of a different kind. And so let's just discuss some of the cycles that we're faced with. So one of the cycles is the fact that we've been trying for 310 weeks to impress upon people the importance of one nation, one planet, one race. And it's for world peace. And the only way that this can work is with world peace. And that's a fact. And that's where the problem comes in. So if one nation is a cycle and one planet is a cycle and one race is a cycle and all of these cycles come together, we're coming together for the world peace cycle. And when is that cycle going to begin? I hear the engine starting. So we're searching for outer space as we're cycling on that plasma highway to that pie in the sky. And this pie keeps coming up like a pizza pie or a pie in the face. And as we want to travel down the plasma highway, we just can't get there yet because we're still stuck on that transmission highway. And we need to understand this transmission highway so that we can understand the difference. The difference being is in the universal embodiment of our existence. And our existence is based on the speed of light because that's the fastest transmission. But is it a fast transmission or is it the fastest transmission? Is this true? And if we are going at a certain speed, whether we're walking or riding a horse or rolling down a hill, doesn't mean that the faster you go, the bigger you get. And how would you know that unless you were able to measure it at that particular point? So the whole discussion is kind of moot because you can measure as you're standing, or you can measure as you're riding, or you can measure as you're traveling. But we don't know how to measure at the speed of light because we don't have a yardstick big enough. So what we have to know is that the creation of the universe exists from energy. And energy is always in motion. So this becomes a real problem for us because if this energy is in motion, then depending on how fast it is going, it really, affects the way we measure this. So rather than measuring the energy as it's always in motion, let's just measure it by the charge that's in motion, because the charge tells us in which direction it's going. And this is pretty important because all things are working in combination. So when we look at the universal order of creation of matters and we see how the matter, dark matter, and antimatter are working together in combination to create a maggrav field, but that maggrav field, according to book number 2, can go to another maggrav field, and that field is also working in combination. So now we have those two fields working in combination because the charge is dictating the motion. But is that the only motion that's available? And what makes you choose that particular motion? So when we looked at the cups of life, the thing that we had to determine is that they were not the cups of pandemic. So in many ways, they were the pandemic dividend that helped us, because these cups of life for each and every one of us taught us how to transmit energy, because we started with the physicality of plates. Some are nano-coated and wires and salt water and a few other things. And that had to do with GANS radiation. And so when we looked at the GANS itself was a manifestation of that radiance. And each of us has a different radiance. And so the initial desire was to produce CO2 GANS and calcium GANS and zinc GANS and copper GANS and water GANS and amino acid GANS. And we all produced it in different cups, in different strengths. But there were a variety of cups, of course. There were emotional cups and physical cups and soul cups and earth cups and inertia cups. And we try to figure out that somehow that energy was transmitted. So we've been looking at the x-axis rotation as being part of the transmission. And we've always looked at the y-axis as part of the polarity transition. But now we're faced with a prospect that we also have a y-axis transmission. So the x-axis is a dimension, and in that dimension, we have a transmission. And that y-axis is another dimension that's part of the transmission dimension. So now we have two definitions of the same thing. And can we understand that? Because what we have to understand is that two forces, when they come together, there's a reason for them coming together. And when they do come together, they create this basic interaction of two dimensions. And so we can clearly see, because the energy is positive, that we have an x-axis dimension and a y-axis dimension. And of course, these are the transmission dimensions that have come about regarding the two forces that came together, which were in fact also part of the transmission energy. And so this is the thing. When we look at the x-axis transmission and we say, oh, well, that's parallel to the ground, or we look at the y-axis transmission and we say, no, that's perpendicular to the ground. Well, the question is, what is the difference in position when you have these two forces come together, and then they come together in this maggrav situation where we have the coming together of the x-axis dimension and the y-axis dimension? And what is the difference in this position? Because both represent field capture, but they do not represent field capture at the same point in time. They don't represent the same field strength. They don't represent the same increment of time and energy. So we have a rolling along anomaly. So I think we understand that the x-axis transmission is perpendicular to the ground. And as we rotate, once we rotate all the way around, one rotation is one cycle. Okay, so that's a start. And we've resolved this anomaly because we found that there's actually an input rotation that is perpendicular to the motion. And it's the output motion which is aligned with the rotation. Unless, of course, you're in a drag race, and then you will have a lot of friction and noise and smoke. But, you know, for normal people, the output motion will be aligned with the rotation and it'll go very smoothly. And so we will be able to travel along the x-axis dimension nicely on the ground. Oh, but now we have another anomaly. What is the difference in position from the car in the first part and the car in the second part? Well, there's a difference, of course, because there was input rotation and that consumed energy. And that energy was input perpendicular to the motion. So the output motion is the result of that consumption of energy, and it was aligned with the rotation. So yeah, that's caused a difference in the position. So we accept that. That's pretty cool. Doesn't answer the question though. Because you see, the relationship of the x-axis transmission and the y-axis transmission is the distance of the transmission. And so this relationship was tried to be based on the length of a foot. Well, whose foot? Your foot, my foot, Bigfoot. And, you know, how fast was it going? Well, of course, if we were going to measure the foot, then we had to stop walking. But we still didn't know which foot. So we had to pick a foot. But then when we introduced rolling, we found that there's a different relationship between the x-axis transmission and y-axis transmission, because we have a diameter of a circle and the circumference of the circle and the relationship of pi. How big is the circle? Well, I don't know. How big is large? So we have to have cycle relationships. And so when we look at this cycle relationship, when we see that the relationship of the diameter versus the circumference is based on pi. So we have wheel cycles, and we have pedal cycles, and we have big wheels and small wheels. But it really doesn't answer the question, because whether it's a big wheel or whether it's a small wheel, the diameter versus circumference relationship is constant. It's pi. So that doesn't solve many issues, because if the two wheels are the same because they share the constant pi, then what's the difference? Because there clearly is a difference. So let's measure that circumference. So one of the things that we can do with the wheel is, you know, we can measure the tread. The tread goes around the circumference. How long is that tread? Well, I guess we better get the math books out and figure out the diameter and the circumference. And don't forget the pi. And, you know, let's see how long this tread is. Which wheel did you pick? Did you pick the big wheel or the small wheel? Or did you pick a really, really, really big wheel? Did you pick the earth wheel? Well, how about a ball? So when we look at the soccer ball cycle, and before we were practicing how to kick the ball on the bounce, where each bounce is a cycle. So the beginning of the cycle is the kick, and we kick the ball up, and when the ball comes down, that's the end of the cycle. Now, hopefully, the beginning of one cycle is where there is a player, and the end of that cycle, there would also be a player. And so one can, you know, say, well, the difference between an amateur team and a professional team is that an amateur team will not necessarily be able to get the bounce to come directly to the player. The player might have to move to go to the point of the bounce, whereas a professional player would receive the ball bouncing right at his feet. But of course, not always. And then, of course, there's the up and down. That's a cycle, right? And we found that in lessons in anger, sometimes if we kick the ball straight up, it might come straight back down and hit us in the head. Well, that would be a cycle. And what else goes up and down in a cycle? Well, of course, we have pistons. So the up and down is a cycle. So you can pump me up and push me down and then repeat the cycle. And then how many pistons do you have? So if you have more than one piston, then we have camshaft cycles. So the rotation of the camshaft is a cycle. And one rotation of the cycle allows all the pistons to go up. And one rotation of the camshaft allows all the cylinders to fire and push the pistons back down. And all the pistons take their turn in a cycle. And all the cylinders take their turn in a cycle. And then, of course, there's a timing belt that aligns all the cycles. And then you repeat the cycle. Well, there's another cycle called a paradigm shift. And as they say in Wikipedia, paradigm shift is a fundamental change in the basic concepts and experimental practices of a scientific discipline. It is a concept in the philosophy of science that was introduced and brought into the common lexicon by the American physicist and philosopher Thomas Kuhn. But for the rest of us here, a paradigm shift is generally accepted to take about 20 Earth years. And I have to say Earth years is because, I mean, let's face it, those are the only years that we know on Earth years. Well, there are light years, but light years are also based on Earth years. Oh, that's another subject. So let's talk about generation cycles. So a generation cycle is also accepted to take 20 Earth years. So we can conclude that a paradigm shift is accepted to take a generation. Well, when does the generation begin? And when does a generation end? Well, this week is happy birthday to me. And is that the beginning of a new generation for me? And while I'm pondering that question, what about tomorrow? Tomorrow it'll be happy birthday to someone else. And will tomorrow then be the beginning of the generation for someone else? Well, the difference between today and tomorrow is one day. That's a long way from 20 Earth years. Wait a second. Something's wrong with these generation cycles. And then to make matters even more complicated, there are transgenerational cycles. Well, how do we measure these cycles? So let's take significant historical eras. Right? So there's BC, there's AD, there's the Romance era. There's all sorts of eras. And there's significant historical events, right? World War I, World War II. And of course, there were wars before World War I, so I guess they weren't numbering them at the time because they didn't know which cycle they belonged to. So, but they did affect the duration of an empire. So, we know there were certain empires. There was the Roman Empire, there was the Persian Empire, there was the Ottoman Empire. Then, of course, there's the duration of life. So They say biologically the duration of life on this planet is about 120 years, but the average life expectancy is somewhere in between 60 to 70. It all depends on who's fudging the data. But obviously, it involves packets of 20 years, right? So if the life expectancy were indeed, say, 120 years, well, that would be 6 generations. But if you lived, 90 years, you would only be around for 4.5 generations. So what we're assuming is that the generation begins the day you're born. So happy birthday. But tomorrow is happy birthday to someone else. So the generation begins the next day for them. So this is now getting kind of really fuzzy. And it doesn't help that, satellites that orbit around the Earth, each orbit is a cycle. And how long does it take to go around the Earth? Well, one orbit. So that's kind of irrelevant. What's more relevant is that the Earth rotates on its axis. And each rotation of the Earth is a day. So I guess if you want to find out how many orbits around the Earth, you have to figure out how long an orbit takes and then divide that into how long a day is. And then, of course, the Earth itself is a satellite and it orbits around the sun. And in the process of orbiting around the sun, it rotates 365 times. Not exactly. We have to fudge the figures a little bit, but there's a leap year here or there, right? Kind of thing. But we have a relationship of the number of rotations to the Earth orbit around the sun. So there's an orbit relationship. And so once around the sun is a yearly cycle, but each cycle in a year has 12 months because each month is a cycle. But we take these months and break them up into 3-month sets, and we call that a seasonal cycle. It's winter, it's summer. So each orbit of 365 rotations is a yearly cycle. And 20 years is a generation cycle, and the lifespan is a transgenerational cycle. And this is all based on years. So I guess now we understand why we measure light in light years. Well, that's, something that's very big and way out there. But what about something that's well within? What about the pulse cycle? What is a pulse cycle? Well, one heartbeat is a pulse. Okay. And the blood that goes through the heart, as a result of the heartbeat, is able to cycle throughout the body. One heartbeat is a cycle. That's the pulse cycle. But each cycle begins with the heartbeat. So we measure heartbeats by 1-minute cycles. Well, do we know how many blood cycles occur in 1 minute? Or do we know which of the blood cycles in 1 minute is the first cycle? So we can kind of graph this, right? Because we have an x-axis dimension and a y-axis dimension. And since, we are transmitting energy on both the x-axis and the y-axis, so we have 2 types of transmission that are coming to us. And so we can determine these cycles. And so these cycles are representative of energy in motion. And we say that energy, although it's positive, we know that the energy in motion has to be either negative or positive. So we find that the negative charge gives and the positive charge takes. So as a result, the energy can be flowing or binding. In the past, we've talked about Herman Weyl. And he says a definite portion of matter occupies a definite part of space at a definite moment of time. And there's no such thing as one and the same energy. And this energy constitutes a charge at two adjacent increments of time. So this is the embodiment of principles of flow and connection. So if we have a definite portion of matter in a definite part of space at a definite moment of time, happy birthday. And tomorrow is another definite portion of matter that occupies a definite part of space at a definite moment of time. Well, happy birthday to you too. And is my birthday the same energy? And does my birthday constitute a charge that is at two adjacent increments of time? Well, I don't think so, because at one moment, it's my birthday. At another moment, it's your birthday. Well, your birthday could be my birthday if we were on the same day. But that day has a lot of hours, a lot of minutes, and a lot of seconds. And there's no such thing as one and the same energy at two adjacent increments of time. So you could say happy birthday to me, and I could say happy birthday to you on the same day. But they're not definitely at the same moment of time. And if they're not definitely at the same moment of time, then they're definitely not the same. So what does that mean? I think we've resolved the rolling anomaly. The difference in position. And we know this for a fact because we get flat tires and we know how to change tires. And so far, all the cars that we've purchased have tires. And we know that there's a motor which causes input rotation and it's perpendicular to the motion. And the output motion is aligned with the rotation. And when we step on the gas, we travel along the x-axis dimension on the ground. And so the difference in position, the car doesn't change, but the energy does. So in other words, the car at one position is at a definite position at a definite moment in time. And the car at the other point is also at a definite moment in time. And it's the same car, but it is in a different position. And as such, we have consumed some gas or some electricity or something to move. So they're not the same. And as the wheels turn, each rotation of the wheel is a cycle. Well, which rotation was the first rotation? And which rotation is the last rotation? So I think that's going to be dependent on where you start from and what your destination is. And is that going to be at the same rate of rotation? Even on the highway with no traffic, you would have different speeds, which indicate a different rate of rotation. So you can't even say that the difference in your position is so many cycles. Unless you want to discount how long it took. And if we're going to discount that, well, we might as well discount on how far you went. Oh, and so we can say, oh, you know, I went from here to there in 5,488 cycles. Which one was the first cycle? When did you start counting? And when did you arrive? And which cycle is that? And how many generations did that take? And did you go through a paradigm shift? Or did you just shift your position? Or is a shift in your position a paradigm shift? The point of the matter is that it doesn't matter which cycle it was. What matters is that these cycles all contributed to the difference in position. So when we're looking at how we spin along, we see that we have an x-axis transmission and a y-axis transmission, and we're spinning perpendicular to the ground at 360 degrees, but we're rolling along the ground. And as we complete each cycle, it changes our position. And so that's the difference in our position. And so we find that part of the field release is the release that comes from the Gans binding. And so we require excessive input rotation, meaning that input rotation has to be stronger to keep the Gans bound within the field. To offset that excessive input rotation, we have to have an extreme offsetting. And that contributes to the field release. And of course, this reflects our plasma stability. And this is good to know because we're all fans of man. And so when we're looking at, you know, the stairway to heaven, we can see that if we want to be stable, we have to be more complex. Not to be confused, it's just to be more stable. Because when we become very simple, we become very unstable. And so the stairway to heaven isn't necessarily up. The stairway to heaven could be right here on earth. You see where the problem is with this energy binding. because we need to have this binding energy in order to have our self-serving Magravs condition. But if we do that at the expense of others, then first of all, we're drawing from the lowest energy source. And the second thing is we're not drawing from the highest energy source. And since the others who we're robbing from become weaker, they are part of our binding system. So in effect, we weaken ourselves. And so we see the limitations of just looking at things through 2 dimensions. And so we see the x-axis as a rotation and the y-axis as a polarity. And then we say, well, you know, the problem with the Earth, of course, is that it's flat. And is it that kind of thinking that painted ourselves into a corner? See, because transmission is a 2-way street. Yeah, there are 2 dimensions, but each dimension is a 2-way street. That means 2 directions. And so not only are we going from here to there, but we could have 2 sizes, and we can have 2 variables. And that's just the beginning. That's just the beginning of our understanding of the Earth space embodiment, because you see, we can't relate it to our man space because we're undependable. We have too many variables. Earth space is a common denominator. So all of us as one nation, one planet, that one planet is Earth space. And we're the one nation on the Earth space, and that's our common denominator. And this is a good thing because the Earth space is much more dependable than we are. But cycles are Magravs dependent. And so when we look at the binding energy transmission, and we see how the Earth was created, it absorbed and attracted energy. And that energy came in, and then more came in. Not at the same time, not at the same position, not at the same strength, and contributed to gravitational stability. But in order to be able to do that, we had to have an elevating energy transmission where we could emit out through repulsion and then emit more out. And the more we could emit, the more we could absorb. And this contributed to our stability as well. And this emission had a common denominator. And that common denominator was the amalgamation of all the energies that were absorbed. So, when we're talking about transmission, the release of the binding energy precedes the retrieval of the beneficial energy. The field release has to precede the field capture. And the giving precedes the taking. So the emission precedes the absorption. So this becomes a problem when we were confronted with this physical dominance, because we are looking at 2 energies coming together as one. So the binding precedes the giving. In order to maintain that binding energy, the physical dominant binding cycle must have a field release that precedes the field capture. The plasma dominant field must have a field capture that precedes the field release. So that the plasma dominant MAGRAV condition precedes the physical dominant MAGRAV position. So if we are dimension centric, the conclusion is it's not man space, can't be man space centric. We're probably Earth space centric, but the conclusion on the sun space dimension is non-conclusive. So we see that the two matter plasma dimensions, one is physical and one is plasmatic. And so the physical is the feedback dimension and the plasmatic is the feeding dimension. And if we don't recognize that it's a two-way street, then all we're left with is that we're feedback dominant. And so when we're talking about field release, and we can see that, you know, sometimes we become victims of one-track mental binding, which is a product of excessive emotional input. But if we can offer extreme offsetting so that we can give ideas, we can extend our wishes, share our courage, and give our love, these all become part of the field release cycles. What is a cycle? Is it up and down? Or is it round and round? And if they say, well, you know what goes round comes around. We are in the post-November the 11th, 2023 era of choices. We have the transmutation space of outer space, the bountiful space of earth space, and that graceful space we call our inner space. And after 522 weeks of knowledge seekers workshops, which is half a generation, transcending the limitations of nuclear science, so that we can understand the greatest oneness and the greater oneness of all the cycles that we have experienced. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. Welcome all the beautiful knowledge seekers. Yep, there's the World Peace Treaty. Sign it. Sign it with a pen. Sign it with your soul. Sign it in intention. And sign it in a heartfelt manner. And we wonder if man is cornered in a two-dimensional universe. Can man find heaven through the field transmission of vertical motion with the guidance of forward motion and perpendicular rotation? Searching for the heartbeat cycle of truth. So we have to understand generational cycles. This is foundational for transmission. Plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. Thank you for joining me on this trip. I hope you enjoyed it.
We did, especially the price. It was just right. Yes, this is the picture I wanted you to comment on. I was going to ask you a question about this picture, and you've just brought it up. I think that was your second to last slide. Brigid brought this picture into the reactor group, and Rick took it as a background picture. I think the top stone is 16 tons. And then there's these other stones. And of course, this was created by a farmer. Apparently, he got interested in some of these, what they call dolmens, with these rock formations. And I was looking at that. Now, these are granite rocks. And as we know, granite does carry different types of radiation, I guess, in the matter state within it. And I was thinking it almost looks like, and because we were covering this kind of universal cup in a way where they had vertical plates and then horizontal plates and so on, I was thinking this is some sort of, in a way, reactor. She was saying they made these in ancient times to sort of feed energy back into the planet in a way. I know some people think they're burial sites and so on, but what I saw here was a horizontal plate connected to 3 vertical plates. And since they have their granite and they contain certain energies within them, I was thinking walking into, it's a sort of reactor in a way. And it's pretty close to you too. I don't know how tall this is. It's probably 10 or 12 feet tall. I'm not exactly sure. But do you see this as a reactor, or do you just see this as some stones balanced in a way on top of one another? Alex?
Well, I do believe that you made a real leap of faith here. It definitely looks like a star formation, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. So,
you know,
it was just interesting that people of older times, and we know there's many of these from Montana to Europe to the rest, we see a lot of these formations. And I was just wondering your take on it, if you could see it in a similar way, almost as if you could stand in the middle and perhaps even go into another dimension because of the energies. Again, we don't need systems, but perhaps this helped to do something. Maybe balance you for wellness, provide some sort of, again, a different experience in a way. Maybe that's what some of these things were created. Not this particular one. I think he just did the structures of it, but it's very interesting how it looks out into the universe in a way.
Well, I do have some comments, on this thing, and I certainly understand the intention. So I agree with you. The basic intention has to do with the star formation. So yes, it's kind of a neat structure, and of course, an engineer would have 4 pillars, not 3. So this is more artistic, and then of course, an engineer would have square pillars. And, we saw that at the Georgia Guidestones before they were demolished. But these stones are quite rough, and I would assume that these stones were somehow on the farmer's property. And he picked 3 stones which were created naturally on the property. And I don't think he modified them any, except to position them so where the base was wider than the top, and then position them in such a way on the side of the hill to balance it so that he could lift the other one on top. And so one of the comments I'd like to make is that if this is a man-made structure, as you've described, then it would have been done with modern equipment. So the capstone would have been put there with some kind of heavy loader.
Oh, for
But
sure. Yeah.
when you look at Stonehenge and you look at the quality of the workmanship there, and you compare it to this, this looks almost childlike. It doesn't have the quality, shall we say? And so that's not a condemnation. I'm just saying that there's a limitation to the knowledge, and so working within that scope, they were able to create this. But not like an engineer who would work out, all the dimensions, the X and Y dimensions, and they look, quite natural, although the presentation is not really natural. It just happens to have natural elements. But there's another comment, and that has to do with the tree. You see, because the roots of the tree are of the same diameter as the branches of the tree. And so it's hard to say from the angle from this picture, but I'm just a little bit afraid that the nearness of the monument is actually standing on the periphery of some of the roots of the tree.
Get off my toes.
Well, yeah, that would be, that would be kind of the first thing. Or, maybe the tree understands the intentions and, is kind of, shall we say, cutting off the circulation to those parts and carrying on with the rest of it. So to kind of accommodate that field. But if this were true, and let's say the farmer, there was some kind of motivation for him to create this, and I'm not trying to make an opus out of this, I'm just saying that something inspired him to do this. And so we are acknowledging that it was done by an artist. So, and that's what the intention was, that this would
I think so.
right?
Yeah, I don't think he understood any of the concepts of energy, but maybe he did study it in a way. But what I was looking at was the energies coming off the granite. They even warn people in their houses about energies coming off granite countertops and different things. And you're only talking maybe an inch or 3/4 of an inch of granite and 8 feet. The top one is 16 tons. And then the other ones. So there's a tremendous amount of energy being, in a way, put out by these stones. And then you take the center position. And I was just thinking, now maybe the farmer had that in mind. Maybe he didn't. She didn't go into the details on that. But I saw it as a reactor in a way. And she said they were built to feed back to the earth and a number of energies back into the earth. But again, that may be just another story.
No, it's a very good story because assuming that these stones were in a different random position, then they wouldn't have worked as well together as they do as a team. So this is a team. This is a star formation. But the one conclusion we can definitely make, and it's easy to do, that this is a gravitational field here, extremely gravitational field. And so the tree itself, especially above the ground, is extremely magnetical. And the feeding of the energy to the earth, that there's one thing that the earth knows more than we do, and that is the original position of these stones was satisfactory for the earth. And so we have decided to override the earth's decision to place those stones and place it into something else. And that's okay. We have a right to do that because we are in that process contributing more knowledge. So I would submit that from this position, we can now add to the knowledge and say, if we could direct that energy to the tree in a more profound way, as opposed to flooding it, and just saying, well, I guess it's the same, when you water a plant, you don't just take a bathtub of water and then drown the plant, you lovingly apply water to its roots. And of course, now we know that we can spray with that. So what I'm wondering is if this tree were to have a Gans necklace, would it then have a gravitational field that could draw more of the energy into a rotating field so that the field itself would be stronger, so to contribute to the magnetical growth of the tree as opposed to overwhelming the tree. So these are the comments that I'm just sharing with you as I'm looking at it from a plasmatic point of view. And so just like you looked at this and I totally agree with you. It looks like a star formation, and of course, Rick picked up on it immediately. This is why he shared the picture. So I think we all agree. But now the question becomes, as knowledge seekers, what does this mean, and where can we go from here? Is this the finished picture? And
or could it even be a portal of some sort, or a porthole in a way?
so I'm going to say no, and the reason I'm going to say no is because of the field strength, because of the domination of the physicality.
Great. Would anyone else like to come in and make a comment on this picture or anything else we've discussed today, or even things that we haven't discussed today that you'd like to bring into this discussion? You'd shown a picture, Alex, with a timing belt.
Yeah.
And I was thinking of the similarities. We all want this change to be now, but Mr. Keshe said there's a timing factor in it. And of course, this timing belt, if it's not right, or if it breaks, the whole engine goes kaput, as I understand it. But a timing is a very important factor in getting everything to work together, isn't it? I mean, I'm not a mechanic. I know a bit about engines, but not much. But this timing factor, as he said, the universal community heard the calls from this planet for millions of years, but they didn't come directly because there was a certain timing that had to be right for it to happen. And it's the same with your engine. If the timing is off, it sputters, it chokes, it backfires, it does all the rest of it. So I think we need to be patient in the timing of this knowledge being released, or as it's being released, because it's being released perfectly as I see it, even though my physicality said we should have been way farther than we are today with this technology. But there's something in the timing of it, and I equated that to the working of the motor.
So I think you're bang on with that assessment. You see, just to give you an example, in my dreams, I've invented a new crank starter, so that you can, go to your car and stick this thing in there and start your car with the crank, and without having to, stress your wrists. This would be really important for women, maybe they're not as physically strong to be able to turn the crank when they start their car. So, I'm thinking of patenting that. What do you think?
Wait a minute, wasn't that with some of the very first cars 100 years ago? I don't think anybody cranks their motor anymore, do they?
No.
In that sort of way. I mean, you may try and jumpstart your car that way by rolling it, depending on what sort of transmission you have, but
Well, I was thinking I could sell millions of them.
no kidding. Maybe years and years ago you could have, but I don't think that would fly today.
You think I'm a little late?
And you know, this cranking, you're talking about designing a crank and to be able to do this so people could do it. I don't know if you picked up on the C14 and the C60 he was talking about in the new systems. Maybe we can play that in a few minutes to see what is actually being done in this new system that I think the C14, the C60, in combinations of them, they're continuously produced and controlled by the new system. So there's about a 5-minute clip of these new systems. And if you put someone, I believe, in this sort of environment of the cosmic rays of the C14, C60 combination, it's an automatic if you're ready to go. I think that's what happened to me in the reactor group. I didn't practice. I just wanted to do it. And certainly, as he said, you cannot create flight without a plasma generator. And I'm thinking this new system, creating the energies, not in the matter state, but in the plasmatic state of the C14 and C60 will give us all that ability. Would you like to hear that clip?
Sure, that would be great.
Oh, you said that so slowly. I think the bandwidth got stuck there. Let's see. Okay, we're going to start.
No, I was multitasking.
No problem. Okay, let's go with about 5 minutes of this to see what these new systems, the one Mr. Keshe said he's been praying for and was just turned on, encompasses in a way. We'll take 5 minutes here, if you don't mind, Alex.
And thank you so much, Mark.
Okay, here we go.
I've explained this many times. We always say when the soul of physicality is in charge, it creates a physical life and embeds the soul inside.
And when the host is in charge, he takes the screen.
So when the soul
Thank you. Sometimes we just get a little over anxious, don't we? Okay, share screen. Here we go. Sorry. Okay, maybe I can just back it up a few seconds here. Okay, we start again. Thank you, Alex.
said in all the teachings, and I've explained this many times. We always say when the soul of physicality is in charge, it creates a physical life and embeds the soul inside. So when the soul expands and brings the soul of physicality into what do you call it, itself, there is no interaction for the creation of the physicality. But you have to understand, in that point, the soul of the man has to interact with a higher order dimension, which is the universal field. That's how you travel across the universe. This is why embedded in this physicality of the man, the amino acid, the carbon-12, for the soul of physicality to allow the soul of the man to connect with the universal community, it only needs to jump to carbon-14. Not in the matter state, but in the energy state, in the plasmatic field state. And this is what our technology, the system does. We allow that carbon-14 bandwidth strength to be created. So it expands to the new dimension. It finds the soul of physicality inside it. It's so simple. This is how you travel on a cosmic rays. Cosmic rays, in essence, are a combination of the isotopes of carbon-14. And if you understand how to cross universes, you bring a combination of carbon 12 to carbon 60, which allows you to cross universes. This is a technology which I'll explain in the future. So it's very easy. You have to understand that the technologies we create is not magic. It's just you don't understand it till you looks magic. You actually been to the moon, but you never knew how. The way we build our system, it continuously produces, releases, controls carbon-14, which allows you to expand the soul because it's an energy level of carbon-14, common denominator, with the essence of the line of the fields of the universe and the creator, emotion, then you go. And then up to now you didn't understand, now you understand. It's the same mystery as how Tesla used to run a car with energy in New York, but the power supply was in Moscow. Because you haven't understood. And it's the same. Once we expand the soul of the man to the dimension of the system, it superpasses soul of physicality. So now there cannot be a physical life. But once the soul of man expands beyond the soul of physicality, it still has to interact with the strength of its own dimension with the universal community, universal transportation system. That's how you travel. We're not doing magic. We are the creator. We understand the process of creation and its communication. That's all. And in time, it will become a second nature to all of us. And in time, it's part of us because we dream every night, we let the soul go. How does our system allows for itself to travel and go beyond?
Okay, that was what I wanted to bring. And, you know, we've had some teachings about carbon-14 and using the what's created in the CH3 and so on. It's very close to the C14, but it's more in the matter state than the energy state. But it seems the new systems create controls and I don't know what he said, monitors this carbon-14 bandwidth strength in the plasma dimension. So it's so simple. I think once you get into these systems and you're ready, it's an automatic and you're fully conscious of what's going on. Any thoughts from anyone about these new systems? If you'd like to bring it, if you want to take the screen back, Alex, feel free and go right ahead.
Thank you.
We're hoping to hear some comments. Okay. So it does sound like quite a powerful system. And this is how you dream. You get on that C14 line. Now to cross universes, that's even going to become, and he said it'll be very common for all of us in the future to understand this and to do it. But in the meantime, we're using the systems to experience that, or perhaps embed more of a deeper understanding of how to create these fields. I don't know specifically, but this is what it sounds like. And it would
Mark,
seem like,
don't we create these fields when we leave the body at night and go soul traveling?
but you're not conscious. You're not really conscious of it. Now he's talking about this in a conscious state. I don't think he's putting anyone to sleep in these systems, even though many of us, including myself, do fall asleep sometimes in these systems. But this is the conscious movement and interaction with the universe. So this is a huge, huge step to me of what I'm seeing, because he always said you can travel on these bandwidths. It's just a natural process once it's created, but we never knew how to create it until we went to sleep. Or went into that dream state. just thought I'd share that as something to look forward to of what's being delivered and why people will have more and more deeper experiences and interactions, I think, as they continue to participate in these sessions and experience the way the creator moves in so many ways. This is what we're being taught. And it's for us to understand it, test it, experiment with it, and be able to do it without the systems. But at this point in time, I think if you're not physical, if you're not connected to the physicality, you should be able to do it right away. But any of us who are connected to physicality, or maybe too much physicality, again, we'll have to see how this works out. You'll need these systems to initially start the process. But he said you don't need the systems if you aren't connected so much to the physicality. Anybody not connected to the physicality, Micah? Okay. Or maybe you just had your mic open. One of the points you were saying, Alex, was that you can only have one energy at one point in the universe at one time, something along that line, one of your slides. And I was thinking that when he talks about the energies or the emotion of the creator, it's constant at all times. He said it doesn't change, it's us who changes. And the emotion of the creator is like that water, if I understand it. And what you put in it, a stone, a piece of rice or something else, that's what it does, is the way it interacts with that emotion. So it sounds like the emotion of the creator is constant and steady and doesn't change all the time, not just in one point in one position. It was just something that was triggered by something like this slide, or maybe it was another one. Okay, that's just my thinking. No problem. Anyone else have a thought or comment they'd like to share about all this beautiful knowledge we're being gifted? You know, you brought up that slide with the flat earth, Alex. I don't know if you want to bring that up again, but I had met someone the other day and he pulled out his phone and he says he understands the earth is flat and it's called the firmament and all the rest of this. And I started to explain what Mr. Keshe said about balls and the plasma. The creator must like balls because the plasma is created in a sort of a round sphere, or the creator likes to play football because all the plasmas are sort of created in a ball. And I was telling him about the Keshe Foundation and this understanding of universal knowledge in a way. But it seems like a lot of people are caught up into this flat earth. And I mean, haven't we kind of mapped it for a long time? And we all know that the earth is not flat. Where does this come from? Or is it just a disinformation sort of campaign in a way to get you more confused about the universe? Because we've flown around the moon. We know it's spherical. We know the plasma's in a way spherical as well. So where does all this come from? And how could they promote it so strongly? This fellow was quite enamored with it. He was showing me pictures on the phone. But at the same time, he says, I'm definitely going to look into this. I said, do you want to write it down? He says, no, I remember Knowledge Seekers Workshops. So hopefully he went on a little journey and opened up a more clearer understanding of the creation of the universe. Or is the universe created flat, Alex? Like a pancake?
Oh, I don't want to comment. I'd be a bad boy. I'll be a really, really bad boy.
Anyone else want to comment on this? That's fine. Anyone want to comment on any other topics? We want to thank you all for joining us. Alex as well. Thank you for guiding us through another tour of different aspects of different understandings of this knowledge. Again, it's deeper than the ocean, and it goes on forever. So we'll never be at a loss for something new to understand, or something new to create, or something new to interact with. And we continue to gain the knowledge to work as the Creator works in the universe, and to share this knowledge.
Mark?
Yes.
I want to thank everybody for allowing me to present today, as always. I've really enjoyed these sessions. They have pushed me, and it's always been a welcome, with respect to that. And the only other thing I want to say is, God bless America.
God bless you, and you're the God. Okay, let me take the screen, and we'll finish up right here. I do want to play the keep the Keshe Foundation free by volunteering. And of course, we know you can volunteer in the transmutation sessions. That's part of the volunteering. You can also go to the different conferences that you may want to plan ahead for Tehran, or you may want to plan ahead for Washington, or perhaps even Japan in the future. I know Mr. Keshe mentioned that as well. So I think there'll be, and hopefully they take it through Mexico and down, but we'll have to see how but you're all invited to participate in these sessions, monthly or periodically throughout the year. If you just want to be in a transmutation preparation session, that's available, and also the conferences in the different parts or different islands of the world. And Mr. Keshe has a way of picking some of the most beautiful places to hold these sessions in. Anyone have any comments? We again want to thank you for being here, and of course, may you be proud of the work you do. May you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you make and are making. And we want to thank you all for being here and carrying this knowledge forward. As Mr. Keshe said, it's just not one anymore. It's all of us. So we thank you. Okay, I'm going to play again the Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity, Become a Trial Volunteer. Again, the monthly sessions, you can be a trial volunteer, and you can also volunteer, again, to go to these different conferences to help develop the systems, experience the systems, tell the other people about what's happening or what you experienced as we build up this sort of wave of anticipation of certain things in a way coming into the market. But we'll leave that up to China when they're ready to release. I'm sure they're probably gearing up and making a nice plan for all of this to come into the public awareness. But maybe there's a few more conferences that need to be run, and a little bit more of explanation by Mr. Keshe. And they need to feel comfortable as well with the technology, and feel secure in a position to release it. As Mr. Keshe said, they're quite cautious when they move forward on something. They want to examine it forward, backwards, upside down, and sideways at the same time. So thank you all again for being here and being part of this phenomenal change that's being brought to planet Earth, planned by the universal community and the Creator as well, along with nature. So we want to thank all the beings and entities involved in we're all working together at it to bring the change. If no one has any further comments, then I am going to play Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity, become a trial volunteer. If you can't make it this month, maybe next month, or maybe the month after. But again, it's for you to test, for you to understand your own energies, your own capabilities, and then no one can fool you here or control you here or in the universe. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you, Alex, and thank everyone else. We've also put the Wellness Center information into the chat. If you know anyone who would like to have a interview with the Keshe Foundation doctors, you would contact them at that email. They'll respond back, and then you'll probably have some sort of interaction with the doctors, and then see how you can proceed forward with this wellness that you're looking for. So thank you all again for joining us, and we'll see you in another week or so. Anyone else? If not, we'll go to the video.
Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and tests. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs in.
And you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist, and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow a tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appears. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create a condition? Would you like to change the screen, please? Right. Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension. This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they've been positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding, and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center, in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow, with no patients.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.